right, good. Thank you everyone for coming. Sorry about the delay. For 12 minutes later than the scheduled start. We had some technical glitch here, so. And hopefully you all have, got something to eat. I don't know when I'm going to eat this because I'm going to keep talking. So I'm going to share my screen. On Zoom. I have permission, hopefully I do. We will start with an icebreaker. We do every year. And we want to make this as quick as possible. You don't want to spend too much time on it. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Here's the. Sharing. There you go. Ha, success. So 3 questions, very, very quickly, within 30 seconds, your name, how many years you have been on the school board, obviously, Alicia will be starting now, so. And then third one is, what's one small thing that helps you stay grounded during long or challenging meetings? So you mind starting, Valentina?
Yeah.
Okay. Valentina Ears, I'm finishing my second year, so maybe third year on this stuff here. What does it call? Yeah, I feel like it's a meeting, it's not a life or death situation. I never accepted, I never think it's a challenging meeting like that, so I never even thought what I do. I just know that the meeting will be done and we'll be here.
Dan Genestra, coming up on 2 years on the school board. What's one small thing that helps me stay grounded? My water bottle.
Alicia Little, very first time being in a meeting. So, for not I've been in a ton of long, challenging meetings, but I think in general, I joked that I almost brought some little bins of fidgets along, and maybe I'll start doing that. But I think that, trying to take little movement breaks in my body or deep breathing, that's kind of my go-to. I think just being able to wiggle my feet a little bit, get up and walk around, or have some sort of a breathing just to try to reset your brain a little bit. Keep going.
Heidi Cater. I am rolling into my 5th year on the board. And a small thing. So I was telling Alicia when Alicia brought up the fidgets, I always bring a rock. I have a rock one of my neighbors gave me, and I play with that quite a bit under the table. And the other thing that really helps me actually is to really focus. So really focus on the words that somebody's saying, really listen and just stay in that moment. So that because then it doesn't feel long. It might be challenging to hear some things, but it won't feel so long if you're really in that moment.
Good evening, everyone. Fathers Day. This is my 2nd year on school board, going into 3rd year. I don't mind long and challenging meetings as long as we are getting to the expected outcome or some outcome. So sometimes it is required, sometimes it is necessary to have difficult conversations. So again, like I said, as long as we stay on the agenda, as long as we are getting to the expected outcome or next steps, that kind of keeps me going.
Eva Pryor. I've been on the school board 3 years and I'm going into my 4th year. And the reason I'm offset from everyone was because I had an extra year to finish up CN Felton's term. Let's see, something that keeps me grounded during long meetings. I like to doodle, that keeps me focused. All of my papers in front of me usually have some kind of drawing on them when a meeting is over.
Good to know.
I get to have.
What's your go-to doodle?
They're not good drawings, no. They're like just designs and
Okay.
like squiggles and.
I draw grapes.
Okay, I like a good
Great.
tree or a flower, but
Weirdly, I often go to like spider webs and I don't know why I don't like particularly like them. They're just fun to draw. Yeah, okay.
Milind Sohoni, this is the end of my 4th year. I'm going into the 5th year now, and one small thing really that helps me, not just in meetings, but any time in life is when somebody cracks a joke or humor really gets me going. If somebody from the administration or from the board, makes fun, a little fun, I think that's what I always look for. Let me sit and go around, take the tension or the seriousness out of the meeting. Of course, you have to focus, but I think that's what really helps. Okay, thank you everyone. Again, thank you for coming, and let's go to the next item. I just wanted to set some guidelines. This is most of it from last year as well. So the meeting is scheduled for about 2 hours. And we should try our best to honor the time, be respectful of everyone's personal commitments. The first several agenda topics are a repeat, except for Alicia. Alicia, hopefully you have read most of those. So I anticipate we should be able to wrap those up relatively quickly. Let's try to stay on agenda topics, given the time constraints. If there are topics outside of this that come up, we can punt them to future meetings. Let's make space for all voices to be heard. And I will play the role of as a timekeeper to ensure we honor the time we have together. I will move us forward to agenda topics accordingly. If a topic cannot be brought to completion, it will be tabled for a future work session. Is this okay with everyone? Just to make sure that we don't drag this meeting. Let's get out as soon as possible. So having said that, let me go to board book and see where we have to jump next.
It's me. I can start while you're
Oh,
looking.
can you do that?
You also have the agenda in front of you.
Yes.
Hi, Amy Geis, District Administrative Assistant. So just a quick background, because it's relevant to what I'm going to say. I have a degree in public policy and management. I was a naval officer for 12 years. I went on 2 deployments and I was an instructor of leadership at the Naval Academy for 3 years. I've been a district employee for the last 7 years. I was a substitute teacher for the first 3, and then I am just now completing my 4th year in this role, which hopefully I'll stay on for. I'm also the president of the Minnesota Superintendent's Office Personnel Association. So there's one of me in every district, and I'm in my 2nd year as the president. I'll be rolling off next year. I also have served on the board for Plymouth Wayzata Youth Baseball for 2 years. So I put my Robert's Rules of Order to good use. Some reminders for you all, calendar invites, and Alicia, a lot of this is kind of for you and review for the rest. But once meetings are decided upon, both for regular school board meetings, committee meetings, I'll be adding those to your calendars. That is how district personnel know that you're attending. That's how I know and have a heads up to find you an alternate. So please, so I don't have to send you reminders, please try to be diligent about responding to your calendar invites. There's also some confusion with regard to rotating committees. Partners for Healthy Kids, Millen, can you read that?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Partners for Healthy Kids, district liaison, and sorry, I'm forgetting the last one. What? No. Rotating committees. Anyhow, those invites have a tendency to the entire school board is invited by the admins that run them. Those I kind of need to ignore. If I sent you the invite, that's when you're the one on that. And I've tried, and I think it's gotten better, if I send a note of these, this month, here's who's up for these meetings. I think that's helped some of the confusion. Okay, perfect. So I will continue to do that.
Does that work well for you, Ivy?
Totally fine. No problem. So happy to continue that. And then Alicia, you had mentioned it in an email, and I will try to keep a running list. I had mentioned it might be complicated as far as some of the events that y'all should attend. For sure, and I will make sure, again, you will get calendar invites from me for these: graduation, our retiree luncheon, the homecoming tailgater, the Wayzata High School Student Council Bagels with the Board event. Those are the ones I could think of off the top of my head this morning. I'm sure there's more, but those kind of annual events, specific school related ones, I don't mind doing it. It just might be slightly more complicated because school calendars change a bit and they're managed by the school and I don't get a heads up, but I will happily just try and give you guys a heads up for those. You might not get a calendar invite, but I'll try to make you aware of, if you want to attend, choir concerts, whatever. So I'm happy to do that as long as it's a worthwhile endeavor, I'll say. How do I put that way? Robert's Rules of Order, just kind of the only thing that's just a little bit sticky sometimes at our meetings lately is you need to have a motion and a second prior to discussion. Kind of the only place that we're falling a little bit short sometimes. Robert's Rules of Order is a little bit archaic, but I like it that way.
Did get my.
Yes. Excellent. Glad you have
It's not
that.
got a whole lot of use yet, but.
And I'm happy to answer questions. I geek out like crazy on Robert's Rules of Order. So more than happy to chat with you about it anytime. I actually literally have districts that call me for it. So happy to help. And then open meeting law. I know you'll get into some of this later, but the only thing that is again a little bit of an issue is please use blind carbon copy if you feel the need to send something to the full board. It could be completely unintentional, it could be related to homecoming, but then people reply all, and then it becomes a meeting because someone accidentally says something or only replies to certain people. So it's just best practice. MSBA will spout this all day long. Please try to use blind carbon copy if you feel the need to reply to the whole board. We do have a practice at Wayzata that if you're sending something to just the chair, that you include the chair and vice chair. If 3 of you are on an email, you're completely fine. I do not count. I CC'd on a lot of things. The superintendent CC'd on a lot of things. We don't count for any of that. But just try and keep it if you need to 3 or less. That is how we've been doing this. It's just really important that communication with the chair and vice chair are clear, because if the chair ever needs to step away, like for a couple meetings that you've had to miss, the vice chair needs to be aware of what's happening. Okay, and then I'm just asking you to give me a little grace. Again, I have been an employee here for 7 years and I just have something quickly I need to read. You'll humor me. As an employee of Wayzata Public Schools and a parent of 3 children in the district, I feel compelled to take a moment to draw attention to some unfortunate situations that have occurred within the school board. I do not bring this up lightly, but it has bothered me for a number of years now and becoming more pervasive within the board. So I'm going to bring it up in this forum. I have no intention of naming names or putting anyone on the spot, but rather putting a spotlight on an issue quietly before it becomes more of an issue publicly. I'd like to provide a few examples of the unfortunate behavior I'm referring to. Again, I'm not naming names. During meetings to discuss the incoming superintendent search, a number of members have only referred to the incoming superintendent as he. There's been a lot of speaking over women at school board meetings, both members of the board and staff, and we have frankly been silenced. Dismissing of the professional nature of female staff members and their expertise at meetings and committee of the board meetings, and not relying on their expertise, but seeking out other districts and MSBA for input. Telling me personally that you don't know what my job is when I've been in this role for over 4 years and worked with all of you, except you. Only asking questions of male students at school board meetings. This has happened a number of times when both female and male students are present. And when a situation has come up, I have been told or witnessed others that are told that their perception, not what is intended, is very much gaslighting, their perceived issue. I understand that being on a school board comes with stress, disagreements, misunderstandings, and examples above represent a pattern of behavior that I believe needs to be addressed. In addition to how this behavior makes myself and others feel personally, part of my job is to keep Wayzata Public Schools out of the news, including the school board. And it continues to go unchecked and escalates. I worry that this will affect your public image as well as the image of Wayzata Public Schools. That's all I have. I'm gonna step out and have my dinner. And I'll be
Mhm.
back for recording other
Thank you. Okay. So like I said, we are going to skip a lot of items on the agenda unless somebody has a specific question on any of the attachments. I am suggesting we move to the next one that we will be discussing is item 4D as in David, school board salaries. All the others are attachments that were there last year, year before that. If anybody has specific questions, we can talk about it also. No? Okay, so I am going to.
Do we have any questions? Sorry, do we have any questions on the open meeting law? That was my, because I know there's been discussion and thoughts around what constitutes open meeting, and I just wanted to check in with everybody to see. Are you feeling more confident and more in understanding of what constitutes an open meeting versus having a coffee with somebody or, you know, because we should be connecting as board colleagues, we should be, that is a healthy thing to do to build relationships, and it doesn't constitute an open meeting. If we are, for example, at the gala, the Ed Fund Gala, that is not a forum of the board because we are not discussing school board issues. And so it's fine for us to be in a space together. And so I just, again, want to throw it out there. If there's any questions or confusion or something feels uncomfortable that we haven't had an opportunity to talk about together, now would be a great time to do that.
That would apply to also other things like gala, our homecoming.
Yeah, right,
Party,
right.
the.
As long as we're not discussing business,
Bagels.
we're good to go.
with the-
Bagels with the board, we post because we are
That's
discussing,
true, that's true.
we do discuss board work.
Yeah,
with our
I remember
students.
one issue that came up 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, was when the city council had invited us for that robot thing,
Mm,
right?
yeah,
And that for between that, as long as you don't discuss board things, at the meeting, even if you're more than 4, I think that was also posted. But.
Yeah.
No, we'll leave it up to Amy to decide, I guess, she
Yeah.
can post it. So,
There's no harm in posting it, but sometimes there's no time and some things we don't need. to
Right,
post.
right.
Yeah.
So,
And then don't forget about serial conversations count as well. If you talk to 4 or 3 other board members about the same issue, that's a
Yes.
serial conversation. Excuse me, a serial conversation. And that also violates open meeting law.
which is why it's super important that we have conversations at the table. Like when we have our regular meetings or our work sessions, that's the time and place to hash it all out.
any other questions or comments, or any other attachments? Okay, sorry. Now, I'm going to open this spreadsheet that Amy had. I don't know if. How much I can see that very well, right? So. To make it as brief as possible. Last year, there was a proposal that we would increase the salary by, I think, 3%. Immediately. Discounted, right? I mean, board members thought it was not appropriate. So I'm bringing it up again. And there are a couple of options to think about. One is what is called the cost of living adjustment that the Social Security guys, IRS, gives to Social Security checks, which happens to be like 2.8% for next year, or something that Heidi had brought up at the agenda planning meeting, attach the annual increase, at least for this year, to the funding formula, which is at this point 2.74%.
So the reason I bring that up is because typically that's what was done in the past. We took a few years, and I think it's been 8 years?
Now, since we had
Since there's been an
any
increase,
movement here.
and we felt really uncomfortable. I'm just giving some background.
During cost containment.
Absolutely. It felt really like not the right thing to do. We're not in cost containment anymore. I still have my opinion on having an increase, but if we were to do an increase, I would recommend no higher than the 2.74 that was, that's associated with the increase on the formula.
What do others think? Any concerns, any? I remember last year it was just.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a straight no.
Completely shut down,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, so personally, I'm okay keeping where we are and no improvement. But rest of the board, if you think we should bump up, I'm fine either ways. My only ask is, and again, if it is relevant here, I think this year we had a lot of these ad hoc meetings, and I'm suspecting that will be the case next year, given the referendum, superintendent search, etc. We were trying to get meetings blocked in one day. And again, I don't know if it was because if you are here, you are getting allowance versus, I mean, it was part of it, yes, the scheduling is most important because not all schedules could be aligned. So if there is anything we can take out of that equation, I'm okay with that. Again, as an example, we know that we will have more ad hoc meetings given the priorities for next year. Maybe we don't get paid for those extra meetings. Again, like I said, I'm trying to keep cost minimal. There are certain things we have to do. And none of us are here for any compensation. So
I think it
like I
would
said, I'm
be-
okay with not increasing our allowance or compensation for next year. And I'm okay if we don't get any additional compensation for any additional meetings and things like that.
It'd probably be more complicated to take that part away. I think we need to leave that in because it just gets.
Okay.
We gotta think, I'm thinking about future boards as well. I don't think any of us are living off this, it's not much, but it is something and it compensates us for our time. And when I think about, people who are able to be on the school board who might not run because they're not being compensated for their time, if they're leaving work or whatever,
And leaving kids at home.
leaving kids at home and needing, childcare or something that, yes, good point.
Yeah.
So for myself, no, I mean, it won't make a big difference for me. All my kids are older and, most of the time I can make up work if I have to miss it during the day, but I think not letting us get too far behind is important.
Yeah.
So maybe just kind of, keeping pace with the funding formula or whatever. I mean, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, do you wanna-
Go ahead.
I agree, Sheila, I think that's a good idea. I think, this is something I've really reflected on a lot. There are a lot of people out there who can't afford to hold public office because they have to work a second job in the evening or they have to work a third job in the evening. And so by raising the stipend or the compensation, you're able to, make the office more inclusive and accessible to folks who, aren't independently well off or married to someone who's independently well off. And so, yeah, I think it's appropriate to raise the stipend. I appreciate the, 2.74% increase. I think it's a fairly impartial percentage, that doesn't, factor in any bias or any way we could tip the scale. So, yeah, I think it's appropriate and, with in mind the fact that, there's just a lot that we're gonna be tending to over the next several years. Increasing the stipend is more than appropriate.
Quick position. One thing, what I would like to ask, whomever will be chair, vice chair, is to be honest, not to put several meetings on one day, because it's becoming quite tough. After a whole day at work, to come another 5 hours. I know that we're saving district $50, but I'll be honest, for the district of this size and with this kind of money, I feel like what I was saving, if anything, I think that if there are some issues which they need to be paid attention, when you're putting them together in one day, you might be missing something because at the end of the day, your brain's almost like fried. Yeah, 8 plus 5 hours, it means, do math. You're already at work position for quite long. So I would like to ask if it is possible, not to make a habit, because lately it became a habit. We had quite a lengthy meetings. Or if obviously you see some of them are big, can be big issues. I mean, I don't know how else to read. Is it such way that then I'm gonna hear, well, you're asking too many questions? If it is such way, then I don't know. I would like to hear opinion about that part. As for raise, I'll be honest, I didn't know even that this position is getting paid. I discovered when literally like when did I think it when during trainings I discovered that they even paying. I like what some people are saying that I know that we're a wealthy district and some families have good incomes. But I have to agree that for some, it might be put in so much time. It also need to be valued a little bit. I'm coming from charter school, even though I'm working as a teacher right now, we're not getting paid either. And at the same time, I'll repeat, I did not come here for making money. So I would like to hear a little bit more. How would you think if your family income is not on top? How would you think about ours? At the same time, I think I would value, guys, actually, I liked Milan. Sometimes, I mean, about finances, your train of thoughts, how would you? Especially since you are the last one.
But the main question is, are you okay with the 2.74% increase? Okay. Alicia, you can comment.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it had been 8 years, but just listening to the last couple of meetings, it was clear that that was just a thoughtful thing of like, if we don't need to take an increase due to cost containment and things, I think that made a lot of sense. So yeah, not a lot to add. Coming off of my first campaign ever and seeing the direction that school board campaigns are going, honestly, sadly, this is like my campaign fund maybe if I choose to want to run again, because that was a much bigger ask to my financial consideration in my family, and I held really tight to the general numbers that had been given to me from a couple of board members I had asked about before I even decided to run. But seeing some of the financial reports coming in and what's happening, that's one thing that goes to mind for me is like, even if this isn't something that's going to add to my annual income, it might help me offset, unfortunately, what's sort of happening to school board election and what you need to do. And with us aligning with general elections, I think that could really be shifting things too, as far as what the expectation is moving forward. So I agree with a lot of what's been saying, and then also just coming off of a campaign, that would be my only other.
2.7.
I think it makes sense, especially coming into a year like we have.
So, Valentina, you asked me about the financial, so 2.74%, I don't have the exact numbers, but that's not going to make a big dent in total salaries, right? So it's not going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars or even, I don't know, I can get that number too if you would like, but I think 2.74% makes sense and I'm okay with that. So I get a general feeling that.
Can I add one more piece that I think needs to be considered? So we just moved to three, the 3 years, right? So like my term is 3 years. And we just moved to be in the bigger general election. And one big point that my board colleagues brought up quite a bit was that we're saving $100,000 for that. Is there anything we should consider, right? Just from that standpoint, you're saying the 2.74 won't be a huge shift over the course of 2 years. Is it significant enough for it to be a sticking point for anybody? I'm just asking the
I'm
question.
not good at fast math. That can't.
So like 5,000, it's 2.74, say of,
I
what
think-
is it, $4,800?
No, I don't think we would make, I think we make just under 4,000.
It'll be 4,828.
Yeah, it's
So-
5,400.
Rough calculations, it'll cost the district approximately $756 extra a year.
Right, so just
Yeah.
so that we're putting it out there, okay.
Still good? So I'm seeing a consensus here. So this is obviously not a vote. We are not voting on this right now, but this has to be approved at the January board meeting. Right? So we'll put that there and then we'll have Amy put that on the agenda. Thank you.
One
everybody.
other little tidbit, only because I'm also on my HOA board, is, this is another example, like hearing 8 years is like, at what point is the tipping point gonna
Yeah.
come? And then you're gonna, because we did that in my association, we came in and it was like, we haven't increased rates or whatever for 10 years, and now all of a sudden we have to do this big hike because everything's falling apart. So this is a little bit different situation, but I just think like knowing it's been that long.
Yeah, and your comments about cost of campaigning, I will tell you the cost of childcare and elder care has gone up
Yeah.
significantly. And so for me to be at a meeting there, I'm spending way more than I'm making for the, yeah.
Absolutely. Most people are, I think.
Yeah.
To your point, Alicia, I think that's the reason, one of the reasons we do it this 1 year at a time, right? You're not saying this will be the case
Yep,
2
yep,
years from
yep,
now or
yep.
3 years from now. Every board will decide every year. If next year the board decides, we should go back, go back to the taking away the 2.74%, or, not do anything, then they can do that. So this is only for 1 year. Now we will move to the next item on the agenda is the other topics for discussion. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. And it's 5:45 right now. So I'm suggesting that we wrap this up as soon as possible, no later than 6:30. All 5 of them, if that's okay. Some of them will go quickly, hopefully, right? And so some might be a lot of discussion, so. No surprises at the board table is 5A, and I believe Sheila, you had offered to
Yes,
host, not host that, but lead that.
I was part of the agenda planning committee and I was asked to talk about no surprises at the board table. What we mean by that mainly is ask your questions ahead of time. That's the big one. And this is mainly for regular meetings. I think it applies a little bit to work sessions as well. Work sessions are generally considered a time for learning and asking questions, but regular meetings, by the time we get there, we should probably have done our homework, for the most part. Asking questions ahead of time, it's a common courtesy. It helps us to be more effective, because, well, it allows the administration to have the answers to the questions. If they need to look anything up ahead of time or like have somebody come to the meeting to answer something. And then just, should go without saying, but whatever your intention is, it can feel sometimes like a gotcha question. Whether that's your intent or not, that is just, it can be the perception, and we don't want to make our administration feel that way. So when you ask it, well, okay, sorry, I'm like going through my notes here. If you ask a question ahead of time and you get a response by email, like it's totally legitimate to ask that question in the meeting as well, especially if it's something you want the community to hear the answer for. But also, choose it wisely. Like we have to be respectful of everyone's time as well. So, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about this later, but just kind of being really selective in what questions you ask, knowing that you need to stay focused, and there's some things that you can learn about later on. What happens if you want to ask a question that you didn't send in advance? Historically, like there's no hard and fast rule. It is just a courtesy that we're providing to each other and to the administration. There will be times where you will have a question that you want to ask and you didn't send it in advance. I would hope that everybody would use it sparingly and just make sure your questions are thoughtful. Think about in advance, like, can this wait, or does this need to be asked right now? Some other surprises that we should not really have be surprises.
Can I interrupt?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sorry, because I need to ask a follow-up question on
Sure.
the first part. Once in a while, it has become very infrequent nowadays. I don't know how it used to be before. sometimes some of the files are attached like the morning of the meeting. And then what do we do, right? We don't have time. I won't work outside of this job. So for me, I'm looking at my email almost like by the hour. Some of you work full time. And therefore you may not have time to look at it before the meeting, if it is posted like Monday morning or Sunday night. What suggestion do you have for that?
My suggestion is we should all be doing our homework before a regular meeting. So hopefully some things will have come to our attention at a work session already, or they've been discussed in committees. And if you're finding there's a topic that you really are consistently wondering about, like maybe try to join that committee. If you have a lot of finance questions, go get on the finance committee. That's where like the deep dives go. The regular meetings are not for deep dives. We should have already done our homework by the time we get there, or sent the questions in advance. I know what some of you are thinking. Sometimes we don't get the presentations in a timely manner. Like we might only get them on Friday or sometimes over the weekend for a meeting on Monday.
Right.
I hope that, we can work on that, getting stuff to people earlier, but
Can I?
Yeah.
Sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
So the hope, I think, is always that things are presented at a work session
yeah,
before we have anything to vote on at a regular meeting, right?
Yep.
That's how I've seen it over however, like, with everything. I've never had something pop up. Trying to think, I don't think I've ever had something pop up that we haven't discussed either in committee or at a work session prior to a vote. And so really is that what you're getting at, that during a work session, that's like, if you have questions that come up, and yeah, we might get things the morning of, but at a work session, even if it's the first time that you're seeing a presentation, you have time to ask questions during the work session. I am somebody who sits on information for a little bit, so my questions don't always come up in the moment. But then you will have 2 weeks to get information through, and the avenues that tend to work are so if I have a question about finance, then I'm going to email Sarah because she is the chair of the finance committee. She'll get me answers, or she'll refer me to the administrator so those are kind of the pathways that we utilize, or you just go to Chase and ask your questions.
that's what I would say, yeah. And, sometimes, especially when you're new, it's like drinking from a fire hose, and you can't be expected to be an expert on everything.
Right.
So there's a little bit of trust there, that you trust the people on the committee to have done their due diligence. You trust the people who have more experience in the administration to have done their due diligence. And if you still don't feel like you support it, then, that part of being on the school board is we've taken on a huge role to do things like, above and beyond the meetings, to like do the reading and stuff. So, and this is mainly because no surprises at the board table, because it's just common courtesy, but also our meetings are really, really long. And every time you ask a question, the administration has to respond to it. So it's like, maybe your question you think is simple or really short, but then it's like 5 minutes of the administration. So this is all, the meetings are supposed to be 2 hours. Especially at the
Thank you
end.
for,
That's
that was
I know, sorry, we're gonna get to
more
the
than
timing.
I needed,
Well,
but one
yeah,
follow-up
sure.
question to that
Yeah.
response is, now you're saying, yes, absolutely agree that if at a work session you already seen the information, then it should not be a surprise, right?
Right.
Even if that thing is posted on the last day,
Yes.
totally agree. If it is presented in different committees, should not be a surprise, and therefore even if it is posted at noon on Monday, you should still have that information, you should know what's going to be presented. What if they are not? Once in a while, I know that.
There's gonna be exceptions, and I again, use it sparingly. Just think about,
Yeah.
do I really need to ask this question or not? Again, there's no hard and fast rules. This is a request for people to be thoughtful
Sure.
and in their questions.
Yeah.
I'm not done with the surprises, though. If we're done with that, but we can discuss
Yeah,
more
no.
of the,
I have 2 comments, but I'll wait at the end. Go ahead.
that's okay, if you have comments
So
about the
quick,
questions.
I think we all know each other, I think, very well. So we know what questions might come up. So my 2 requests are, in our respective committee meetings, if we feel that, hey, we need to engage broader group, propose working sessions. We've done that recently in policy meeting where we felt, hey, we are good from policy committee standpoint, but if you were to bring this up in the broader forum, there might be more questions. So why don't we bring it up as, work session, right? So definitely keep an eye on them. And then second, again, I would rely on chair, co-chair. If there is anything in agenda planning meeting, like you said, making it up. Boundary discussions, right? That is so sensitive, everybody's watching, there has to be a lot of reading and material. We have to make sure either we get those things on time or we gotta push it to the next meeting. So again, that is up to chair and co-chair to help sort of rest of the board, so we don't make any hasty decisions, but again, just to keep an eye on some of those things. Sorry, go ahead.
That's
Didn't mean
okay.
to take
Did
time.
anybody else want to talk about?
I have a quick test my knowledge here.
Mhm.
So if I do want to ask a finance specific and I reach out to the head of that or should I still be attaching the chair to every one of those, or is it one-on-one questions? Is it always do the chair?
You should always look in
Okay.
the chair, yeah.
Yep.
Um, Do we loop in the chair of the committee, or the chair and the particular administrator? Well, the chair and the vice chair really should both be looped in.
Well, the problem is you'd have quorum if I did.
Yeah,
No, you
so
would do,
what-
so you would just do the chair and the vice chair and then,
The administration.
Administration.
yeah. the proper-
But if not the committee lead, I'm saying like if there was a
No,
committee
no.
lead
So
question.
so when I have a question about, say, finance information that's come out, I go directly to the finance person. If I have a question about community relations, I go directly to Dan.
But do
I
you need to
don't-
loop in the
I
chair or?
don't,
Is that-
because then
You're right,
because then you're
yeah.
risking a quorum, and I'm not.
You can, but if you want to ask an administrator,
Mm-hmm.
then what would your recommendation be, Heidi?
If I'm asking an administrator, if I'm asking Chase,
Then it would be.
then it would chair and vice chair and Chase.
Yeah.
And then also, I think maybe since last year or maybe even before that, we have started doing something kind of different. So let's say you ask a finance question to the finance director. And the rest of the board, you want the rest of the board to also see that.
Mhm.
Then the finance director or Chase or somebody from the administration takes that and then pushes it
Speaks that
back.
out. That makes sense. Yep. Okay.
Anybody else talking about questions?
Like how Paris is pointed out, if this is becoming then chicken and egg situation. Because when we have situation, I will bring one of them is open enrollment. That document was literally put that day. I'm working. I don't know, maybe your work allows you to go and take a look. I don't. So if there are gonna be documents, I mean, if you would like, I guess in this case, I'll say talk about me not to ask questions, I not to ask questions. I'll be tabling the items which I haven't seen. Because then in that case, if we would like me to go through the chain of command and all, then I would like to ask too, then we need to put into document like standard operating procedures that attachments, especially at least for regular meeting where we are voting, you cannot ask me to vote on the item which I haven't seen. Is it fair if I would ask that question? You cannot
fair.
vote
I
on
think-
the item which I see first time at the table.
So I think that's fair, Valentina. I also think that it was on the agenda. And if you didn't get the information you needed to vote on it,
I will table, I will next time.
you
on
could,
meeting,
I mean, you can ask, you can say by Friday, I need to see a draft. I need to see something. Because I'm going to be working.
The
you-
i-
but
the
you
item
can
was
ask.
not, the item was not.
The
there.
item was not there, but it was on the agenda. So there was something that was going to be voted on. There was a topic that was on the agenda, and the agenda is always posted 3 days in advance. Always.
Agenda item appeared on Monday, at least I mean, I don't
attachment.
print.
The attachment.
The
would be
attachment.
attached, you're right. The agenda is always posted by Friday, there is no doubt about that.
Yes.
But the attachments are, I think, once in a while, not.
Correct.
Point is,
But you
can,
can ask ahead of time. If you don't
Can-
see that attachment and you know that your weekend is going to be booked up, you can send, I've done that many times where I've sent and I've said, I need to see something. There might be minor adjustments to it, but I need to see something because I'm not gonna be able to get to my emails until Monday at 3 o'clock. and that's too late for me.
Can we have also something like, I've seen our board, at this point handbook. It's written in handbook of our boards. In this case, I'm gonna bring it Hastings. They put it into document expectations by what day things need to be attached. Then we will not face. I mean, fair is fair. If we would like to, so every site need to do their job then.
I know that sounds like
Well,
it's always doable.
I think that that's a good idea and we should strive for it. In rare occasions, there's a timeline, either in state statute or there's something that needs to be done by a certain date.
Mhm.
For
And the
things
open
to happen,
enrollment
and I think
was-
in those situations.
Yeah.
Like we would want to, we wouldn't want to table something.
I understand in that case, it is our experts, it is not news for them. We already know that this is in statutes, by a certain day we're supposed to do it.
If we
So
put
it is
in-
not news
If we
for
put it in the
experts.
handbook, would you ever give an exception if the administration was like, we didn't have this, something, something new information came and it changed it, so like, we literally need to get this done, like, we can call a special meeting, like, it'll probably lead to a lot of special meetings called for things because of the whole time frame. And if you're okay with that, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
It
it's a
seems like
solution.
something, yeah.
But in my question would be then, what for, do we have work sessions?
There's just some things out of our control. And in the case of like the school redistricting, everybody votes based on their own, your reasons for voting yes or no on something are your own. In that particular case, I felt like I was voting on the process. Like, we were never involved in making the boundaries. So we were voting to say, these are the boundaries. I'm not going into details that we don't have to go in,
Yeah.
but let's, I think your point is valid and we should strive to have things attached
So should
on
we?
Friday along with the agenda.
Yeah, so let me, with that in mind, I want to read a couple of things from the standard operating procedure that's verbatim taken up, okay?
About that.
Well, yes, number one, board packets will be prepared in board book and released to board members so that they can be downloaded no later than 3 days prior to a regular board meeting. We probably do that. This is for board members. This is the
Yeah.
private side of the board book, right? It says board agenda materials will be available to the public at the same time they are released to school board members. Okay, I don't know if that is happening right now, but standard operating procedure, right or wrong, I'm not commenting on that. SOP says that. Are we doing that all the time?
So it says the attachments have to be up 3 days before a meeting.
Yes. And whatever the board gets,
So how do we
the
fix
public
it?
also has to have it at the same time.
Like, how do we fix it? We need to get Amy involved, just be like.
I mean, she posts things immediately. I don't think it's on Amy.
So it's whoever gets her the attachment.
Right. And what it's also saying, the second point is that if we as board members get something, on the board side, at the same time, it should be on the public side as well. We cannot postpone it.
We sometimes see drafts ahead of it being finalized.
Yeah.
And that is acceptable.
Okay, well, I don't know, we'll have to, the board agenda materials will be available to the public at the same time that they are released to school board members.
Amy, would you like to?
No, I heard my name, so
Oh.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
So the question that comes up every year, right, is about attachments.
Yep.
And so you always put out the agenda Thursday or Friday prior to a meeting, either a work session or a regular session. It's always out on Thursday or Friday. Some of the attachments don't get added
Correct.
until Monday morning or Monday.
That's quite rare. The attachments for the agenda sheet, but the attachments for like graphs, presentations, things like that, things that you have to vote on.
Right.
I think we need to give grace to schools. If they're still working on
Yeah.
their presentation, that's not something you're voting on. So I think that I would hope that y'all could give our principal that. We have definitely strived to. I will say, I think That was the one this year, the one time that it happened Monday, and there was a specific reason, but I'm not gonna speak for the administration, because that was outside of my control. I post it when I get it. If you guys wanna start making your own policy that you're not gonna vote on something, should you not have it, or as Valentina suggested, like, she wants to table because she's not comfortable doing it, you're absolutely within your right to do that. I would worry that, as I believe Sheila mentioned, if you say, if it's not attached the day that it posts, then you're not gonna vote on it, then I think we're gonna start having a lot of special meetings for one-offs. But that's your right. I mean, you're the ones that have to make the decision, so.
If somebody wants to table that, that's also a motion and a move second and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and the superintendent and the chair are welcome to add or remove things from the agenda up until the meeting start time. So it might be posted on Friday, that thing can completely change at the direction of the chair and or the superintendent. So that doesn't happen often, but. that
So I
can
think
happen.
there's one more question based on our policy. Melinda, could you read it out loud again?
I'm sorry,
Could you read that piece
Oh.
on the attachments from our policy?
not policy, standard operating procedure.
On our SOP.
So the
That's
second one.
your SOP, that's not the
So
district SOP.
so it looks like our SOP then is not in alignment with current process. And that means that we can amend our SOP.
So you are saying we should amend this second one, which says board agenda materials will be available to the public at the same time they are released to the school board members.
I actually don't
That
think
is
that that's,
correct, that does happen. Anything that gets posted on board book is available to the public at the
Right.
same time that it's available to you.
But doesn't the board get on that board side of the board book that we have? Don't we have a preview of the attachments or the
You
draft?
have a preview of meetings that are not official yet. Once the meeting is posted as official, you and the public have the exact same access.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the only time that's different is, I believe, when it's a confidentiality issue and for a closed meeting, then the public does not have access to those.
so we are in alignment with the wording.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
When I was looking for crew handbook, why I specifically went Hastings, because to be honest, MSBA recognized Hastings' work about this document. And that's why I looked through MSBA version and also Hastings versions. For example, they're saying for an item presentation or material request to be considered for placement on the agenda, board members will strive to make email request to the board chair and superintendent at least 7 days prior to the scheduled meeting. That puts requests, for example, from board members, but then about working with administration, another sentence is the preliminary agenda with supporting documents will be posted in board book 5 days prior to the scheduled meeting Friday afternoon. Well, they have meetings different, but in their case, for example, they're given 5 days.
But the law says 3 days though, I think.
Correct.
Right, Amy?
Yes.
By law, we
Yep.
are required to post it at least 3 days in advance, so I don't know if that applies to us.
And I will say the agenda, I mean, on that note, and by not following any policy, I mean, I post meetings usually as far as 6 months and regular cadence items, or if someone from, admin or a school board member asks for something to be added to that meeting, that is a placeholder on there. So that happens frankly weeks in advance, but attachments, I don't think that's realistic for the district. I mean, so many of it goes through your committees before it can come to the board book, and several committee meetings are within days. I mean, Friday morning is the finance. I don't know how that would be possible.
So you have one more.
Yeah, just something else about no surprises at the board table. And again, I want to start by saying whether you vote yes or no for something, your reasons for doing that are your own, and you are within your rights to vote yes or no for anything. As a common courtesy, if you're planning to vote no, can you call the chair and let them know? Not because they're going to change your mind, but in case there's a piece of information you're missing, or there's something that you're not aware of, or you don't understand, it gives the chair an opportunity to be like, all right, here's everything, just want you to have it so that you can make a fully informed vote. And obviously you can change your mind at any time whether to vote yes or no at the meeting. That is within your right. This is a request, not a rule. It's just,
So I have two comments on that. One is personally, I do not believe that should be the case, and I did reach out to at least 6 neighboring district board members, so a couple of them chairs. Without exception, all of them said, no, we don't do that.
nobody has to do it.
I know, I'm just saying.
It's been historical in the Wayzata district, but
I know, but
But it's not written anywhere, isn't it?
no,
Not in
I'm saying this
policy,
is not
in
a rule,
policy.
this is not a policy, this is a.
But it is in a lot of MSBA training. It's in a lot of MSBA
Yeah.
training. No surprises at the board
No
table.
surprises, that's a
Right,
big
but
that
surprise.
is-
If like nobody knows you're gonna vote no
So,
in
but
advance.
this is different. This surprise is not actually appropriate.
Yes,
You know,
absolutely.
I'm telling the chair.
There-
What
you
difference
should
will
not
it
be
make? My
surprising.
main question is what difference
No,
will
side
it make? So let's say
conversations, one
Valerie
second.
cannot tell me,
Yeah,
I'm going to vote no on this issue on Monday. I'm going to try to convince her to
No.
vote yes.
So there are a couple things here. One, there should be no surprises at the board table. This is not just a Wayzata thing.
Yeah.
This is a MSBA, AMSD, everybody's trainings. Yes, I have the documents that say no surprises at the board table. Please don't
I
interrupt.
understand
Just
that.
give me a second to
Sorry,
finish
okay.
so that I don't lose my train of thought. So the other piece is, let's say there is a resolution that's on the table and 4 of us are voting no on it. And the administration does not want to they don't want to put anything on the table that is going to get rejected. They would rather take it back, rework it, and come up with a recommendation that is going to move forward. So it is common courtesy, also professional courtesy for our administration and for our district as a whole, that we are working together to get to a resolution that will be approved. That's the idea. We have resolutions that are moving the work of the district forward. So it's not just to try to convince somebody, but there could be times, like there were times that I was gonna vote no. And I got more information in those 3 days that I was like, you know what? I was not thinking about the entire picture.
Can you bring an example, please?
No, I cannot bring an example. Because I'm not comfortable bringing all of the pieces that were keeping me uncomfortable because I voted yes on it at the end.
So may I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay, so MSBA, when it says no surprises at the board table, I don't know. I would like to see somewhere in writing that they are saying that this is included in the no surprises at the board table. That's number one. One of the MSBA board of directors basically told me that says, oh, what if you are going to vote yes, or 3 of us are going to vote yes, 4 are going to vote no? Are you going to try to convince 4 board members, or 3 board members, 3 other board members that we can serial communication? That is the
You're not-
real.
You don't have to have
Violation
those
law.
conversations, then you stop. The chair would let the superintendent know this is going to get voted down and it's a reworking. It's not like a back and forth conversation all the time.
I think what we're probably thinking of is a potential 6-1 vote where one person votes no.
Whenever had.
Whereas the whole
even
piece of
5-2.
not notifying the chair or someone else that you're voting no could sink something. We haven't seen that. And so like that's what this is really speaking to, not one where opposition's quite minimal.
so the way I'm looking at it is, I'm a board member and I see something coming up for a vote that I have a problem with. So I would say, Milland, I have a problem with this. So is there like, is this going to definitely come up because I have a problem with it? And then Milland is like, okay, that's good to know, thank you. And then other people are like, there's a problem with this vote coming up. And so then it's like, you know what, Milland will tell the administration, the board members have a problem with this potential vote. And so then, yes, they can be reworked.
I
but
agree with that
also-
completely, yeah.
Yeah. So it's again, you're not trying to change anybody's mind. Somebody is calling you to say, I don't feel comfortable voting on this or voting yes for this. And so then there's like, if you say, well, why do you need more information? and they say yes, then you give them more information. Like that to me is
Or
what
to
it's about.
facilitate getting the information.
How about a compromise? So if Dan comes to the chair or Heidi comes to the chair and says, I'm not likely going to vote no, the chair will probably go to the administrator, right? What I'm saying is as a compromise, if why don't we as board members go directly to Chase, so, whoever.
Because they don't, that's not how it works.
Eventually, that's what's going to happen, right? The chair
So-
will go to the administration and say, this is most likely to fail.
The superintendent needs to be appraised and has to be able to have a
I
conversation with the
understand
chair.
that, but then Valentina, for example, or Paris can go to Chase and say, this is what is coming up and I'm not very comfortable with this.
I'd like to ask a general question and relying on the more senior board members here. Relying on the more senior board members here, has there ever been a time even before some of you guys were on the board where something looked like it was going to
Yes,
fail
Yes.
over time?
yes, and it was removed from the table, yes,
So, I mean,
and you were on as well.
So
Right.
should we end this maybe conversation here?
We don't need to, if there's still, I mean, if there's a question that needs to be answered so that we can move forward, then we should do that.
I'm going to propose what we do by ending this and let board members decide what they want to do, right? And if you think it's basically no surprises at the board table, we cannot bind anybody to do it, right? We cannot force
No, this
anyone to
is
do
a-
this. So let's leave it up to them, and this is our suggestion, right?
right, I
Well,
think
yes, for a functioning board, this seems like a good suggestion.
And for the broader picture though, I hope like folks understand this is something very rare, very uncommon. So it's not like it's something that's gonna frequently be exercised. So I hope folks, have that in mind. Now, it could vary, but there's not a sense of immediacy.
But keep in mind, we only get so many opportunities to sit down and talk about this kind of stuff, so.
Is there something here?
No, I'm just trying to log into board, but,
Should we move on to the next one?
Yep.
The audience participation at board meetings, regular special work session. So this was basically that was brought up, forget how many weeks ago by some board member, when, don't even remember who it was, but policy 212, I should project this on the screen. I just read what it says, right? Policy 212, public comment will be heard at school board meetings when the audience opportunity to address the school board agenda item is included on the agenda. The school board may decide to hold certain types of public meetings where the public will not be invited to address the school board. Examples include, but are not necessarily limited to, school board work sessions, school board retreats, and special school board meetings. So the third one is what I think we are talking about here. The public is entitled to notice of these meetings and will be allowed to attend these meetings, but the public will not be allotted time during the meeting to address the board. So this is why when, I think that election board came up, moving to even years board came up. Former board member Cheryl Polzin wanted to speak, and I felt uncomfortable allowing her to speak, knowing that maybe somebody else out there wanted to speak, but they didn't know they could speak at that meeting, right? Because it clearly says they cannot. And so that's something that I think if we want to change that policy, then it should come up at the policy meeting and the policy committee can then change that to allow audience opportunity to speak at the special board meetings.
In that case, there was a motion and a
Yes,
second, I
yes.
believe, which is how you add anything
Right.
and how the board gets to say it in the moment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, any rule that we make
mhm.
is subject to change if there's a motion and a second. So
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think it has been,
What policy was that again?
Good one.
So my inclination is that we allow public comment at any one of our, not work sessions, but if we are voting on something. If we are voting on something, I think the public should have an opportunity to speak. Anytime that something is getting voted on. That's my take on it.
Not from the policy itself. It says special board meetings, public should not be allowed.
Well, in that
Tell me
which, tell me one more page. I just wanna read it for myself, the page number.
Go ahead, Ben.
Well, in that case, either it need to be brought up to, since what we said, I'm hearing through policy committee, it should not be just going like that. But as if right now, my understanding is what happened during that meeting should have not been happened. Because policy says you don't have.
But I mean,
I mean,
anything-
we're following, we're supposed to follow our own rules, aren't we?
Is,
we follow Robert's rules. I don't know.
So here's how I'm reading it. I'm reading it as the school board may decide to hold certain types of public meetings where the public will not be invited to. But it doesn't limit us. This is actually an allowance. We can add it if we so choose.
You can take it away.
You can
Like
take it
said,
away
one motion
or
and
you
a
can
second,
add it.
That's fine,
Yeah.
yeah.
so I.
So I don't think we broke any rules.
Can I look over your shoulder?
Mm-hmm, yep, come here.
Oh, you don't have a.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Here, you're done.
Because I think,
I'll make it bigger for you.
to my understanding, what is being said is
Yeah,
the school board can vote to say we're gonna
we can
go,
always vote
go,
to add
go, to
something.
go a different route than what this says.
Right.
Or anything
Well,
can be
and-
added to the agenda if you follow Robert's rules.
Well, and not
the
even
chair
just that, you
and
guys
the-
are
can
policy
always
That's,
manage.
I agree, and you said that,
Yeah.
right? We did
Yeah.
move it, but what I'm saying is, as a
Policy.
rule, we
Not
cannot just
necessarily
have somebody
limited
come
to.
and present it. For that, it has to be moved and seconded and all that.
Yeah,
If we need to clarify it, we can clarify it. Do you know what I mean? But
so yeah, so if we want somebody to speak at a meeting where we don't normally have it, we have to add it to the
We can
agenda.
make this more.
we can make it clear, but it's I read it
Are
as,
not invited. Yeah, it's the word invited. I think maybe that would be.
Yeah. So I'm not against it, I'm just saying it has to be made, you have to make
Yeah.
a change in the policy. Change the wording, and it's not very difficult, right? If the policy committee thinks that that's appropriate,
Wait, what change are you suggesting?
I'm not invited, right? So if you want to take that wording out.
so here, do you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
It says the school board may decide to hold certain types of
See.
public meetings where the public will not be invited to address the school board. Examples include, but are not necessarily limited to, these are just examples. The school board work sessions, school board retreats, special school board meetings, the public.
I see, I think the first sentence is the most important one.
Yeah,
So just, we would change it to say like that, the public opportunity to address the school board would not be on the agenda.
that's it.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
I mean, yeah.
And if we have somebody who comes and is passionate about speaking, we can motion and second and let them speak. They might be there to speak. Like we had somebody who was really excited to speak about, there was some holiday that they were coming to speak
Yeah,
about.
I didn't know, and
Yes,
yeah, there was.
let them speak.
Yeah, it's at the board's prerogative.
Yeah.
At the moment, but I'm fine changing the wording just so it's.
Okay, that was quick. Hopefully
Okay.
that only I wanted to talk about.
In such case, I think that then broad public should know, not only people who happen to be close to school board and all people need to be included.
Absolutely.
And how are we gonna be making sure that all people and parents, if they absolutely have something going on, they can come up at any meetings and voice their opinion? What do you?
The board would have to vote to
And the
add
policy
it to the
committee.
agenda.
Yeah,
So it would be added to the agenda, so they would know anytime that it's on the agenda, they can come speak.
and that's the wording
And
of the
if they
policy.
show
committee.
up and it's not on the agenda, the board would there'd have to be a motion and a second, and then the board would have to vote to add it to the agenda, which is what we did when Cheryl came.
Yep,
And we should not be naming names at a meeting.
Sorry.
Yeah. When an individual,
okay, so move on to the next one. Periodic reports from committee chairs. And so I'm just going to read why we need those, and then we'll talk about what we should do about it. So basically, they support good governance, transparency, and effective decision-making. It keeps the full board informed on issues explored and how it is proposed that they be handled. It also supports no surprises at the board table. You can decide on the frequency of reports depending on the committees. So, my proposal is at least once every 6 months, right? Twice a year, possibly once a quarter. If a committee has something to present or disclose to the board that may not be taken up otherwise. Even if it will be taken up otherwise, just an update on, progress report, right? And the committee chair can do that. Would that be acceptable?
With these,
Well, so one question, I think it's a fair ask. So few committees that come to mind, like finance, facility, even teaching and learning. So usually those committees, or they have on the agenda for pretty much every board meeting, right? So in some of those, so are we talking about all committees, or we have to arrive at which committee should represent? Because some of those committees, it will be repetitive. Finance, as an example, we hear about it.
Finance, HR,
Even
learning.
facility, teaching and learning, those four,
They're always on the.
they're always
reports,
on the agenda, right? Yeah.
So those chairs can decide,
Okay.
what is
Sure.
already being discussed in the work session or taken up at the
Okay.
board table. There are other committees,
Sure.
that, like, for example, superintendent evaluation committee, right? The requirement, or not the requirement, the agenda on that committee is evaluation, board development, board self-evaluation, and what was the fourth one? Handbook?
Yeah, but we do, I mean, we do updates, like when it's the season for that, it's fun, we can put together a calendar. is
Yeah,
what I'm
right,
saying,
but
that's
I'm
fine.
just saying, the board is not aware of what's going on, right? And then sometimes the board forgets about it and then never asks questions. Hey, what happened to the board development or board self-evaluation or the board handbook, right? So I think that would be a good way. Tell the board, what, this is what we have done, this is what we are going to do, and this is the plan. Yeah, give them updates. So that's all I'm asking. I can't think of what other committees would be. I don't know.
DEI,
What? DEI could be.
It's
yeah,
not DEI, it's equity and
equity,
inclusion.
yeah.
It is not DEI.
Not DEI.
No, it is
E and
not,
I.
and it never has
Well,
been.
title is equity and inclusion, but. I
Yeah,
It
don't
has
know.
never
no
been-
D in
it
there,
has
there's
never been
ever been a D
DEI.
in there.
Okay. So. Once a quarter, once every 6 months, you just,
Will we have a schedule, like,
I think it's just better,
just as it comes up?
as it comes up,
Okay.
you communicate with the chair and the vice chair
Yeah,
because they're
okay.
planning the agenda.
right,
And I would just say also, make sure you're looping in your administrator that this is what you might be talking about. So that, again, we don't have surprises.
periodically is fine. I mean, the chair feels, I have to give it, not every quarter, but every 2 months, right? Then that, yes,
So
absolutely.
like, for example, with facilities, whenever there's like, as we're going through the process, I just use the opportunity after a presentation to say what the next steps are going to be, or board members, this is what you can expect, and that's it.
Yeah.
So we
that-
can.
that's fine.
Just call someone.
No, I was disconnecting it accidentally, I think.
If I can, I would like to add, I have a paperwork from 2022, which was given to us with previous committee names. It says diversity, equity, and inclusion. So you have that name.
I think that was a mistype. That is not a district document. That is a personal document. It was never on our website.
I misspoke, Valentina, I'm sorry.
It was never on our website. It was never the name of the committee, and you can talk to the head of that committee.
Right, it's, I think where this stems from, the letter D, it's Department of Equity and
It
Inclusion.
says diversity, equity, and inclusion ad hoc committee.
I think that is a personal document. I don't think that's
What kind of personal?
I don't think I don't think it's a district document.
It says on top, why is that the public schools, I mean. that's
I
what's
don't know where that
given
came
to me.
But I can tell you on the website, it has never been equity inclusion, or never diversity, equity, inclusion, only ever equity and inclusion.
2024, the same,
I think it's incorrect.
but I mean, that's how it was given to me.
It was incorrect.
And
I've sat on the committee and I can tell you.
They
We
focus on the
checked,
topic.
actually,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Just move on.
Okay, so
It's out there.
we can, if it is there, then we'll have it taken out, I guess, yeah. If it is not, then. we-
That's fine, but my point is, Millie was correct, at least it is written here.
The last time I was on the committee, it was called DEI, when I was there 2 years
No,
ago.
it's not true. It's not true.
Okay. All right, next one is the board handbook, no, actually, no. Rules for board members, right? Oh, board reports, never mind. Board reports, what's allowed and what's not. So this section of, what I do is I actually read that after at every board meeting. And I say, this section of the agenda provides an opportunity for board members to update school board members on school board related work or to make announcements of interest to the public. So just wanted to make sure that board members understand it's twofold, right? One is where board members have been involved in some program or somewhere they've gone to some meetings or some event. That's what they announce. But a board member can also present something that might be of interest to the public. Yes, and the one thing that comes to mind was one time Dan had requested what was that? Youth in government. Yeah. Right. So that's just an example. I can't think of any other example right now, but I think that is something that is of interest to the public, therefore should be allowed in the board meeting, is what I'm thinking. Anybody agree? Today?
I'm assuming that will be discussed in agenda planning meeting. And
Yeah.
I would, again, my take is I trust the group to make that call.
Right.
If everybody in the agenda planning meeting feels it's appropriate, yeah, that's all right.
But what if it is 50-50?
Well,
So what's your rule?
Three, but you have three agenda, I mean, it's a chair, co-chair and another board member, right?
And
Fair
supervisor.
question and
Yeah,
and board
I-
member.
okay,
And supervisor.
Yeah.
and superintendent, but
But superintendent has
They
has
won't-
kind of no vote. I think.
I know, but during committee, you're not voting, but you're kind of discussing, are you for it
I
or
will
not?
come through that as far as the committee is concerned, what majority means and how the committee makes decision. That's also in our standard operating procedure.
Mhm.
So I'll come to that as well. But it's okay, right? Both those are okay, or if you want, we can take one of them out where it talks about something that is of interest to the public.
I think of interest to the public should be in relation to our board work. That's the only
I
recommendation.
guess I'm wondering what parameters are we speaking
Right.
of? Like if it's something you have a personal interest in,
Yeah.
but maybe you're not on a committee or it has nothing directly to do with the board, that seems like it could get a little.
I have a softball
questionable.
game, why don't you come watch? You
Right,
know,
I
that's
no, I
not
agree.
really-
I'm not talking, that's why I specifically brought an example of the youth in government. That's something that students do, right?
Right.
Something that parents are informed about and they know, oh, wow, there is something like this that happens and I can send my
Is it
child.
run by
to
the
that.
district though?
It is run
Cause
by
like
the-
I could be like, you should take some Kumon classes or something, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, just in general,
We can speak
it's,
more about that.
it's, you know, just related to Wayzata schools, let's talk about the outstanding opportunities and achievement of our students. You know, we're witness to that every single day, and so, yeah, it's all about giving students and programming. We kind of
So
So,
Wayzata
but-
was associated in a way
Right.
with that, like they don't run it, but like we have.
Oh, for youth
students
in government,
go
yeah,
in.
it's
like
the
a
Wayzata
sport, but
delegation.
it's, You know,
I'm sorry, I
I
can't.
don't know, is it
Yeah.
like a sport?
Yeah, it's right, it's teachers from the high school are delegation directors and all of that, like it's.
So it has
Wayzata
some
delegation.
like, I feel like it should have some association
Yeah,
with
it's
Wayzata.
the delegation, 120 some kids, it's gonna be a great conference this year.
You have to answer the question. It's not, it could be called a sport, but basically this is something, I went and saw that. It's basically where students learn how government works.
And you're all invited for the
Yeah,
tours.
and while that a student was a governor in that, they do a Senate hearing, they pass bills, they propose legislature.
But it's affiliated with the
Yeah,
district.
it's still.
Yes,
That's what I guess that's the
district
core, like-
participates in that,
So-
yes.
can I ask one question? And again, not trying to get
Get
into
back on
details,
the
so
issue, yeah.
we'll table it. So my only question is, does that expose us from government standpoint? So as an example, if you talk about certain topic, which is beyond our control, suddenly we start getting emails like, hey, this shouldn't be allowed or this should be allowed. And then there is no governance or nothing that we can control, then why are we even
Yeah.
bringing it up at the board table?
It's a recognition, it's just saying thank
Okay.
I
you.
mean, we already have people confusing sometimes what we have control over and what we don't, and I mean, we had some emails.
Sure. So again, I'm not opposed to the idea. Again, I'll rely on the agenda planning meeting and making sure that, hey, we are within the parameters and we're not causing any swirl. So as
It
long
was
as
just a
that
reminder,
happens,
right, to everybody, it also
When in
helps
doubt,
students
ask.
in AP
Yeah.
government,
Yeah.
for example,
Correct.
right?
Ask ahead of time, run it by some people.
Okay, Item B, rules for board members making comments and asking questions. So I am going to read Robert's rules first. And there are new Robert's rules and there are old Robert's rules. So new Robert's rules of order say, a board member may speak on any item only after being recognized by the chair. So we have had many meetings where, you know, I personally, I'm okay with that, people debating and, you know, saying things, but there have been occasions when board members have jumped in and without being recognized, they have started speaking. And that is number rule. So just wanted to make everybody aware of that. If you want to speak, you raise your hand, the chair recognizes you, and then you speak. That's the Robert rule. Debate must stay focused on the motion being considered. That's a Robert's rule also. It makes common sense, right? It's logical. C, each member is generally allowed to speak twice on the same motion with a maximum of 10 minutes per speech, and a second opportunity to speak is permitted only after all members who wish to speak have had a first turn. This Robert's rule can be changed by the board with a 2/3 majority vote. Change the time or the number of questions to be allowed. The chair cannot change these limits unilaterally. So if the board decides that each question will be allowed for 7 minutes, I cannot say, you know what, I like this number, or she's making excellent points, so I will let her speak for 10 minutes. No, I cannot do that. The chair then has to make sure that the time is adhered. After that time, your time is up. And then we move to the next one. So 2 questions and up to 10 minutes each. Now, we have to decide whether we want it shortened in terms of time, or we want more questions to be allowed. That is something I would like to know.
10 minutes is a lot.
Yeah,
10
I
minutes,
think,
That's
We
over an
only let
hour.
a community,
Yeah.
you know, the community speak for 3 minutes
yeah,
at a time.
exactly, that's where my head was. I definitely no more than 3 questions in mind.
See?
No more than 3 questions and probably collectively no more than 5 minutes. Again, if we are allowing public to speak no more than 3 minutes,
Right.
I think it's fair. And again, the intent is not to debate. Again, we are asking questions so that we are more educated when we vote. It shouldn't take that long.
Also, I think what they're saying is that 1 question at a time. So if somebody wants to ask 3 questions, you cannot ask all 3 questions at the same time and get 15 minutes.
2-part questions, 3-part questions,
Right. So
1 question in 3 parts.
Well,
I don't know, it's gonna be hard, it's gonna be hard, I think.
if they're not related, then you're right, it's a different question.
Well, I think there were also times when we had, like, for example, when we were thinking about the high school model. That was a big topic, and that went to each committee, and then it went to a work session. And it had to do with the finances. And so when we were thinking about that and whether or not that the model needed to change based on finances, there were a lot of questions at that work session. And we took the time ahead of it, so we all submitted our questions to the chair ahead of time so that she was able to organize it by topic. And we still went through and we each asked our questions by buckets, so that it wasn't, so that the conversation was cohesive as well. But that conversation, I don't know, do you remember, that was a really long work session? And I think it's okay to have exceptions to this kind of a rule.
That's why I specifically, I'm reading from the rules, right? So it says that this Robert's rule about the time and the number of questions can be changed by the board with a 2/3 majority vote. So just like our audience participation at special meetings, we were able to change that, adding it to the agenda. This can be changed, but it has to be voted on and has to have a 2/3 majority. The chair cannot unilaterally say, well, this item has so many questions and it will take up so much time, then you have to change that rule.
So MSBA, I have this document that literally is called "Nothing Could Possibly Go Wrong at Our Meeting at our meeting tonight. Think again." And it's written by Katie Clandrud. And one of the basic principles of Robert's Rules of Order is an over or under dedication to Robert's rules can be disastrous. Most importantly, board members need to agree as to what rules of order they'll use. So if we have I feel like if we have a topic that needs digging into, or you know, as big as changing the high school model, for example, we're gonna have topics that are that big. I would say let the questions roll. We need to ask as many questions as possible.
Are we talking about work sessions and regular meetings, or we're talking about
Yeah.
doing it for both?
So
We do
we're,
one
so
and
that
not
was at a
other?
work session, I will
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
But, so that, what you're saying is without this change of rule, the chair should be allowed unilaterally to decide how many questions to allow for these kinds of topics? Is that what? the
No,
board
I
wants?
think you're saying we don't adopt that rule at all with the time and the number of questions per person in a work session.
Right.
And do we need it to be the same for the work session and the regular meetings?
My opinion is if we want to adopt the rule, we adopt the rule for both work session and the regular meeting also. Because otherwise the work session also can go on and on and on, right? We could have somebody speak for 20 minutes. We want that?
Right, I mean, I would just encourage, you know, board members to recognize you are on camera. People are taking notice, someone's sort of monopolizing the time, and
Yeah.
I think in the past, we've sort of been on our honor to, you know, stick to the timeline. And so I would just encourage folks to kind of, you know, keep that in mind, that, you know, it's the respectful, professional thing to do is be succinct with the questions you ask and allow others to speak.
So Paras suggested 5 minutes and 3 questions. Is everybody okay with that?
I think it
No, I
depends,
think-
I think it
I'm
depends on the
not-
topic. I don't think we can.
Since I'm here and it's first time, I personally would like to take time because I don't understand what, and I'm hearing weird things, 20 minutes. Have we ever had someone speaking 20 minutes? Another one, if we are so concerned about timing, let's pull out our agenda and take a look. I like how the book author, Grabil, saying, speaking on their behalf, is saying against every single item, put what is it about? Is it about adult input? Is it about adult output? Is it about student outcome? I will be all for as long as it is for student outcome. Then I will be questioning some things we're doing that maybe it's a waste of time too. In another one, I think that whomever will be chair, we're putting that person in an impossible position. It almost sounds like, to be honest, that person has equal rights, but at the same time, that person will be all of a sudden making decision, acting out like nomenclatura, like some system had been doing. So does it mean that this person will be holding the rule? Or to be honest, we're going to be holding that person. And I don't, how we call that person, because if she will allow one time that many minutes, another time that many minutes, we're going to be criticizing chair. Second comes to my mind, public speaking. As a parent, I came to school board meetings, and it used to be 5 minutes. Yes, we had that policy. That policy changed because there was some disagreement. To be honest, it sounded like shutting down. If we didn't have someone doing 20 minutes or even 10 minutes, is it worth it right now putting some sort of a clamp? In such case, I would like it to be written so that you can proudly present it, that this is how we're going to be controlling. This is about control.
So I want to let everybody know, first of all, that I brought this up as an item on the agenda because I got complaints about how long the meetings are going on, how long somebody speaks, somebody doesn't speak. That's a given, right? Those are the complaints I got. And so I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this because this is what I'm hearing. Old Robert's rules had nothing like this. And the chair could unilaterally decide whatever time is allowed for Dan, Alicia, Heidi, it is subjective. The new rules specify precisely because of this kind of thing going on. Some members are not happy with the number of minutes that are spent, the time it's going on. They are suggesting 10 minutes max.
Well, it's actually 10 minutes for each.
For each,
Could be 70 minutes if everybody.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
it would be
for
140.
each member, for each question,
Oh,
for each
gosh.
member, each question. I know. So just wanted to make sure that we are all in alignment. If you don't want 10 minutes, we can do it 5 minutes, 3 minutes, but the chair has to go by the Roberts rules, the new rules of order, right? RONR or something.
Does a comment count as a question?
Good question.
I feel like the rules get a little tricky because there's a lot of exceptions.
Well, and I also feel like it's very different to me to be in a standard board meeting versus a working board meeting. Like that feels misaligned to have the same rules because we're going to have more that's the time.
That's
to
the
have
point.
multiple
Having said that,
questions.
I am happy to do something to get our meetings a little bit more on track
Yeah.
in terms of time, but.
Yeah, no, and so obviously, Valentina, when I said 3 minutes, no more than 5 minutes, my intention wasn't to like shut down anyone or limit anyone. I was going back to Sheila, the topic, even I think I had the similar thought that, hey, we need to make sure we maintain the time, right? Whether it is 2 hours, 3 hours. And oftentimes when we ask questions, then administration will respond, that will trigger more questions. So that's where the meetings elongate. I'll share one experience, what it's worth. So I asked multiple board members after my first year, what do you guys think, what did I do well versus where I should improve, just for my own improvement's sake. And consistently I heard one, hey, you ask good questions, but you may want to think about, are you asking those questions for yourself or asking those questions so others, including community, can understand the topic and start thinking about it. So essentially what they were trying to tell me was, hey, if you have questions, send those questions to whoever, presenter offline and get those answers. If you think your questions will make sense or they're more relevant to the broader group or broader community, then bring those up. So that way you can prioritize your questions. So I thought that was a really good suggestion. I'm not saying I'm 100% there, but I'm trying to apply to myself. So again, not about restricting all the questions and all, but I think we should think about, hey, is this really helping broad audience? Is it going to help, community? Or is it just, I'm trying to understand the topic, which I can always send questions offline and educate myself. You know what I mean? It'll help us kind of maintaining the meeting time. That's all.
I like your point. But then I'll have more questions based on your point. Because first of all, yes, you ask, I like actually what you point, I need to think about that one for myself, but my point will be, are we gonna be also, sometimes to be honest, you ask a question and there is an answer without no answer. It is going lengthy way, but I do not hear the answer. So does it mean we're also gonna be limiting the whomever is answering? Because it's going to go lengthy, but there is actually no answer. That is my first question. However, gonna be into, since and my one more thing I'm gonna bring up again. Can we please stop stacking several meetings in one day?
Can I answer that?
Yes, please.
I don't know if that has been a trend all along. This is an exceptional, special time of the year, right? Where we are now doing superintendent search, there is a referendum. So I think those are the most of the meetings that are being added on to the regular meetings, if I'm not mistaken.
But it has to do with scheduling and who's available
Right,
as well.
Right.
not the number and.
So
who's
this is not a
available.
permanent thing. This is, I think, just a temporary. In fact, right now, I think even the superintendent search meetings are going to be less and less, right?
But in such case, we need to all embrace ourselves. This is a temporary thing. Yes, our meetings are going long. I remember very well, it was, he is well known, he came, he was very upset when, school board tried to limit. And he said it's, yes.
You're talking when Senator Boschwitz came
yes.
in.
And
Oh,
he
but-
said, we had meetings coming overnight. We never, ever thought about limiting people, limiting public. So that was a big deal for me because I saw that people still respected him. And people still respected the opinion that if it takes that long, that's what they did.
May I ask to
Yeah.
just chime in, because I hadn't heard an answer to this specific question. I believe at least 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years, we have tried to have some meetings on not a regularly scheduled date. And literally there has not been an answer for all 7 of you. I mean, we went round and round. And again, in the last 2 years,
this
at
meeting
least,
itself.
this meeting itself, but I mean, in the last 2 years, this has happened several times. And truly, that has just become the solution because we know you guys are planning to be here for those 2 meetings a month. But I believe I've been asked over the last 2 years with you guys on the board, I mean, y'all are just busy. I mean, you know, traveling for work, having other jobs, having school, like it is incredibly hard to find dates that you guys aren't. So we'll continue to send them out, but I don't. It's not because we can't, it's 1 person, 2 people aren't available, and so the decision is made to.
Yeah, I consider this as a passing phase. It's not going to last very long, right? Our timeline
That's
shows
what
that
I'm saying,
by
that-
April or July, we'll
That
have a.
our
superintendent.
meetings, then in that case, I guess that I'm gonna be able to contradicting myself to the big degree. Then we need to embrace ourselves that yes, these are gonna be, can be long meetings. That's a phase, and this is what I'm hearing.
Should we go around and just have people say what they're feeling about this and get a consensus?
I think so, yes, I agree. Yes, Alicia had a comment.
No, I actually didn't intentionally do this though, but I did get through phase 1 of my MSBA training and I have been open up to this debate versus deliberate, you know, and I just think it seems like a simple thing, but as we talk about, if each of us have even 2 questions, 10 minutes each, that seems like a lot. I would think a lot of times there's going to be, your board member is going to ask a question you already had. I've sat in enough of your meetings as an audience member where, you know, you'll say, oh, you took my question, or, oh, I was gonna ask that same thing, or I had that same thought. So just trying to remember that, yes, I think it's important if we're asking a question that we seriously have a question we need to answer, or it's bringing it to the rest of the group's attention. But if it's being said in a way that is combative or assuming you're right and nobody else is, or trying to find flaws, like those are debates, those are not deliberation, so.
And I agree, that's a very good point. The repeat questions will not happen, right? You know, Dan asks a question, I may not repeat that again, obviously, because they already asked that. And then not saying, you know, one is better than the other, but for me personally, for example, I talk very little. I like to ask questions very quickly. So for me, 10 minutes, I can ask 100 questions, right? I'm exaggerating, but you know, so honestly, how many times is somebody going to ask 2 questions or 3 questions, 10 minutes each, taking up 30 minutes of one board member's time?
When did it happen?
Unlikely, right? But
When did it happen?
Huh?
When did it happen?
I don't remember that, but again, I'm just saying.
Oh,
this is-
unless someone looks like it was sitting with a timer.
So to Sheila's point, let's go around and decide what we want to do. I'm gonna throw out a number there, 5 minutes, 3 questions, right? That's the one he's proposing.
Yeah, but- Sorry, no, that's what I said, but I think reading the room, I think what I'm hearing is, let's not have any limit, is what I'm hearing. I think we all be cognizant of the fact that we need to be time sensitive, do not repeat the questions, ask questions which are applicable to broader audience. And if the topic presents itself where we have to go through those additional discussions and meeting is going to run longer, so be it, given the circumstances. I think that's what I'm reading across.
If that is agreeable,
I'm
then
in
I need to
agreement.
add an
Right,
appendix to that. Then please do not complain to the chair that the meetings are going too long. No, seriously.
No, that's fair. And I think,
I mean, because I have to make sure
no,
that
I
everybody is happy,
understood,
or at least
understood.
most
And-
of us are happy.
yeah,
right?
and that's why when, again, I think I'm also with Sheila. That was one of my points. Hey, how do we limit, the time? And that's where my head was. But again, looking at the room, I think we can table it. Like I said.
Okay.
It's not.
So not change anything?
Sorry, and I'm not speaking for everyone, but again, I just summarized what everyone is thinking, I thought.
Well, I want to say one more thing, and
Sure.
we can all go, so to me, the five, even taking it down to 5 minutes and 3 questions, it won't make meetings shorter, because what takes up the most time is the answers. So I would,
Because they need to be thorough.
yeah, they need to be thorough. So I think that it all boils down to each board member being thoughtful about the questions that they ask and trying to prioritize and stay focused. And yes, things that you want the community to hear the answers for, great. If it's for your own personal learning, like just wait and follow up like afterwards, after the meeting. And then, when we think about, if we get too sticky in the rules, then it does become questions like, well, does that count as one question or two? And yeah, I
Who's
want
gonna
to
time keep?
And I have a comment. I don't have a question. Does that count? And so I don't think we can even do it. It's not practical to do it. I would like people to just try to make the meeting shorter. When you think about like, when you get an answer or the administration doesn't answer your question, I mean, consider like moving on and following up later, or state your opinion, but don't try to convince them. Cause like, if you want change to happen, the change is not gonna happen in that meeting, but you've got the discussion started in a public meeting. So just try to shorten everything. This is my plea to everyone.
Yeah, but just remember that if we decide on this, the chair cannot unilaterally stop somebody after 5 minutes or 10 minutes, right? So just
Yeah.
so you are aware.
Well,
then
you can
the
stop
blame
people,
cannot-
But I think the
for-
chair, yeah, I
I
think the
think
chair
the
can
chair
say, I think the chair can say,
Like,
I appreciate, that
Yeah.
you have a lot to consider with this and you can, like, the chair can help somebody move along and make a suggestion to follow up at a later time.
Yeah.
That's
that-
okay.
That could be construed as, the chair picking on something.
No, because
Also-
we have an agenda for every meeting and we have 2 hours. And so part of running a smooth meeting is keeping to time. And so as long as we all understand that, I think that's fair. Like if,
So I have a question, mathematical question.
Yeah.
If we have 2 meetings stacked into one day,
Mhm.
so is it 2 by 2? 2 hours by 2 meetings equals 4?
oh, I think it depends on the agenda topic. So the agenda is always determined, the time is always determined by what's on the agenda. So some of the time we have like one topic on the agenda and we just need to vote and we move to the next.
I'm not talking about that ones, obviously, but recent lengthy ones when we had two stacked on one day and they're lengthy ones. So what do you mean? What kind of math expectations is? I mean, so that I know my parameters. Obviously, these are about parameters. So I know,
I mean, I can't give you an exact answer.
so I would like to know so that I'm not somehow unconsciously making people unhappy. Is it 2 by multiply
I
2?
can't,
How-
that's
what
not,
is it?
that's not, I mean, the agenda is set. So maybe we need to think about vice chair and chair looking at, okay, an agenda item takes this long, how long is it going to take for a presentation?
Mhm.
Additionally, how long do we think questions and answers would take?
Mhm.
Which is usually built in, but maybe we need to be more clear on our agendas that, for example, this topic, we have 10 minutes allotted for questions. And then board colleagues can just try to fit into that.
And this one is just
Would-
opportunity, as you said, to speak right now. That's why I'm gonna,
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
no.
hoping that, Sheila, you will appreciate. I had tons of questions, which I never, asked. In fact, I kept them. And in the past, I didn't sign up for a specific committee because I was thinking, whom am I? And I mean, I think at this time I will, so that I will learn during committee, and I'm hoping I'm not gonna be here and push back then. This is my way of learning. That in the past I did not neither sign up for them because I was thinking this is not my expertise. But at the same time had tons of questions. I kept them quiet for 2 years.
If you want a committee and the reason is you would love to learn more about that topic, I mean, that will
the
be
point.
part of the
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, so my point, even though in the past I was thinking I should probably, then I will consider.
Yeah,
I would
then
encourage
so
you
I
not to
can-
limit yourself.
Yeah.
Don't limit yourself. Just because you don't have expertise in something doesn't mean you can't learn it.
So. One more thing I wanted to point out, and Dan might be able to help me with this, call to question. Remember call to question that we saw at the delegate assembly?
Oh, yeah.
So do you think that's applicable here as well? So debate can be closed only by action of the board. So there's, let's say there's a lot of debate going on, a lot of questions, a lot of comments, a lot of back and forth. And one board member says, you know what, I'm tired of this. Let's just stop this and vote, right? If there's a resolution. So the board member basically says, Mr. Chair or Madam Chair, I call to question. That
I'd like
means.
to call it,
did that.
I'd like
My
to call the
brilliant-
question.
I'd like to
Sheila
call.
did that a couple
Brilliant.
months ago.
So
Colin
that-
did
so-
that,
So
yes,
that
she
is,
did.
that is a motion. So Heidi says, I call to question this conversation or this debate. So that's a motion. Somebody says, I second that. So it has to be moved and seconded. It has to be voted. And if 2/3 majority says, yes, let's stop this, it stops. So that's a good thing that I think we should see if we can adapt. Don't do it willy-nilly. Please be careful, be cognizant of, how it will affect other board members and, how it will look. So I'm just saying that is an option that's available. Call to question that's used
Any questions?
quite often at the delegate assembly. So,
I will,
Truly.
I'll take my.
I can make you a cheat sheet, seriously.
and the other thing I wanted to point out also is we always talk about how long this meeting has taken. There are 3 things that happen there. One is how long the administration has presented. So let's say it's a 3-hour meeting, the administration could have taken 2.5 hours. I'm not saying I know that. Does anybody have those numbers? How many of the, so once in a while, for example, I think there was one meeting where an agenda item was added to our typical agenda. I think Dana Miller presented something. So sometimes the agenda goes longer and therefore that meeting goes longer. So it's not like the board members or the board is actually taking up a lot of time. It sometimes happens that the administration needs that time. And the third, do we have information on how an average meeting around the district lasts? I heard somewhere that some meetings in their district go up to midnight. So ours going to 9 o'clock, 9:30, is that really bad? I'm just throwing this out there so we understand that it may not be as bad. So I'm done. I rest my case. So consensus is not to do anything, let it go, again, like I said, please. Do not complain to me that these are going very long. I will try my best to intervene and see if it makes sense to politely ask somebody to stop. Okay. All right, next item is the board handbook review cycle and process. Heidi, you.
Yes. So the board handbook has been developed. There are a few questions that came in that we were unable to finalize it for this meeting. I would like for it to be, I think we're gonna approve it as part of. I don't know that we're gonna approve it. I don't know how we'd like to do this. It can be something that we approve so that it is properly versioned, which I think is a smart idea. And I would recommend that we approve it annually so that it's reviewed annually, which is actually in the handbook, that it's an annual review. We take a look at, my recommendation is we look at it at the same time as we have it as part of the cadence of our operating procedures and our policies. And my recommendation is that we approve it along with our policies and our SOPs every year in January. Just so that we have it on a regular schedule. We know that we're taking a look at it. We're making updates accordingly so that our any updates are put in there. Now, I come from a world of writing policy and regulations and SOPs. This is my entire professional world. And a lot of times, the first version is not your perfect version. And you need to work with it for some time so that you can find the bits and pieces that you need to improve on. And you just keep notes on how things are moving forward. And if we decide that we want to update it in June or July this first year, we can certainly do that. There's nothing inhibiting us from doing that. And that's my recommendation. I would say, let's move forward with what we've got. I'll answer as many questions as I possibly can between now and January 12th. But my recommendation, yes, ma'am.
The things that are in the handbook that we've been presented with,
Yes,
have they all been approved by the board previously? Is this all?
No, no, no,
still outstanding?
this
No,
is,
none of it.
well, some of
It
it
was gathered together from,
from previous things, yes, so like. Yes, there are some things that we have seen over and over again in our organizational meeting. There's
did
some
we ever
documents.
voted in January on any of that?
Nope, we voted on our policies and our SOPs,
Right. So never on the and the stuff.
never
in
on the handbook, so
is
this would
not
be the
from-
first version of our handbook.
So I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So what happens? So let's say January 12th, we approve board handbook as is.
With some modifications based on questions. that-
Correct, right.
Yeah.
And then modifications come throughout the year. Then we just wait till next January.
We could do that, or we can decide that in June.
Right.
We wanna update.
Right.
And we can do that.
Okay, so that's.
No
so
big
there's
deal.
flexibility, okay.
Yeah.
Number two, you said, I think you, just like policies, we will approve, policies are approved every month, actually.
Mhm.
Right, so board book is not, we are going to approve it every year, it's not like policy.
But at the beginning of the year, we approve our.
Some of the policies.
Yeah.
No, you approve all
We
policies in
approve all our
January. You
policies in
approve the
January.
entire blanket of policies in January.
The school board related ones.
Right, but every month don't we approve some policies here, some policies there, then we do approve some of the other policies, right?
Not, so in the 200s, we approve them in January.
I know,
Yeah, yeah.
whether 600, 800, or 400, whatever, we do keep approving policies throughout the
Yes,
year, that's my
yes.
point, not just once a year, right? Yeah.
So the organizational meeting in January is intended to be all the school board related stuff. And so I don't want to get in the habit of us constantly talking about it because the work sessions, like we're saying, are too long and we need to be spending our time not on school board operations, but really on student outcomes. That's the more important thing. So I don't want to waste our time in. So we can, it's fine, we can have an update in the middle of the year, that's fine. Just not, it's not gonna be like constant.
Right. So review cycle and process was the title of the item,
Yep.
so yeah, so that.
And it is
Yeah.
included in the handbook right now. That it will be an annual review. And so I just wanna recommend that the questions that I received from 2 board colleagues. I will answer those questions, we'll get them updated, we'll get the document finalized, you will see a finalized document prior to our meeting for everything else.
So 2 of the questions will repeat, so I had asked one question, I don't know, maybe last year when I recommended that we have. The acronyms and the education definitions that I think Valentina brought up in her email.
Mhm.
That's at the end of Hastings's handbook. So that covers my question, and the other one was the Minnesota statutes to be cited, when this was first printed, when it was reviewed, and when it was updated at the end, that's all. Those are the 2 things I would like to add me to that question, basically, but they are repeat questions of what she asked.
So can I ask clarification? Yes, so are we gonna be including then, will it be included in this version, I'm also.
That's the acronyms, the
Yeah,
acronyms, yeah,
Yes,
I was just,
we can-
you know, this
For-
is
yeah,
this,
yeah,
right?
for sure.
Just cause I just got it.
And honestly, what I might do instead of including that copy is I might include just the hyperlink. Because these are updated more
Updated.
frequently than we can keep up with. So it would be a very easy click. And that can also get printed out, yeah.
What if we have more than what that hyperlink provides?
If we have like Wayzata ones, I think our Wayzata ones are all included in our policies and our regulations. So it's not, it will not be an easy task to create a YZETA specific one, because there's so many terms.
More is
And-
okay, more is fine, I think, yeah.
And my point is what,
Yeah,
well, we
do
can
it.
use at least two documents, MSBA, Hastings already also did pretty good job. Again, I'll reiterate, MSBA recognized their work specifically, a handbook. As speaking about, student outcome, one of them I wanted to ask, at least it is also included in MSBA, putting, such kind of information as, results of district stakeholder service, school surveys, school improvement plan, student performance data, district report card. So when will we be able to include that one in that handbook?
Student report cards.
District report card.
So we have, those items come out in our board meetings. They're included on board book. I don't know how we would include that in the handbook, and I'm not sure that that is
It's from MSBA.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay, another one is, I just want to clarify,
And remember, you're on the committee with me, so if you have recommendations on,
I sent, yeah.
but if
I
you have
sent-
recommendations on exactly how to do it, let me know. And we can, I'm not the only one who's developing. You, me, and Melinda are
I
developing.
understand. We asked for meetings and then it turned out that, Amy did major lifting.
Yeah, at your
you did the
direction.
whole- Yeah.
Yeah.
But we did not meet, for this specific document as. a committee.
I think we did, but it seems that there are differing opinions on whether we did or not. We gave direction to Amy to put it together. The three of us gave direction to Amy to put it together.
And that we will be sitting down and discussing. That was our discussion at the committee. Next clarification is about standard operating procedures. I'm hearing that we're supposed to approve it every year. But at least from 2 years in a row, my paperwork is saying January 8, 2018. So would we consider then renewing it?
It hasn't
and changing
changed.
the
You
date?
do approve it every year. That's specifically something that you all vote on in January. You do approve it every year. You haven't changed the version of it. So that's the version is the same one from that year,
So instead
but
of
you
same
vote
version
and
one,
approve
two,
it
or three.
every annually.
So if we will change something today, it's gonna be, can be different.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
That date will show up, right? That
Yeah,
date will
absolutely.
change.
Yep.
so then it's gonna be different.
What
As
was
soon
the
as I'm given that direction,
Okay.
I have not heard that, but I did step
What
out,
was the
so.
question, Amy?
She said the SOP is changing.
No, I mean, just, I'm
I'll go
asking,
back and look at my
clarifying,
notes
how
to
does
see
it
that.
work? How does it work? That's what I'm clarifying. Okay,
All right, so review cycle and process, we have discussed that, okay. And then the last item on this discussion items is work sessions at round table, Sheila.
What are we talking, work sessions at roundtable? Oh, sorry, I was like, so we used to have our work sessions not behind, the big thing in the dais.
Yeah.
Dais, thank you. They used to be, when I first joined, over in that building by Gleason Lake, and I learned from Heidi and Milland that that was implemented due to COVID. And that before that, well, I don't know, what did happen before that?
They were at City Hall.
They were at City Hall and behind the dais, but they were moved to a smaller room because of COVID.
It was always around. As far as I've known, it's always been at the round table, but I'm only 4 years in.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway. I prefer that for the work sessions because it feels more like a conversation and less of us on high dictating things.
Yeah.
Which I think there's been some, misunderstandings by the community and the administration about, what the board is doing at those work sessions. So I was hoping that we could have some kind of solution where we have a table like this, possibly in this room where we conduct our work sessions.
So we talked to Amy about this in an agenda planning meeting. And it is possible for us to have things at a round table. And it's something that we need to consider. There's a couple things we need to consider. There's gonna be, every month, there will be putting it up and taking it down. There's no way to have it just, because this room is used for a lot of trainings, so there's always gonna be shifting. The second thing we need to think about is some of our board colleagues may have needs that might not be able to be met at a round table. And so having the screen in front of them is the only way to do that. And so if we want the screens, we cannot have it at a round table. Those screens cannot move. And so those are a couple of the things that we need to consider.
And the huge one is the technology piece.
Yeah.
So
So
we're working on it.
yeah.
We were trying to test it prior to the meeting today as how it would work in this room.
Yeah.
We did not get through testing. I don't know if you realized someone decided to jump in the Zoom. We have no idea who that was, but that was not okay. So that's an issue. So there's a lot of kinks to work out and we are working on it. And this is not the first time this has been brought up.
Right.
You've championed
Is
this
there-
since we built that room.
I know, it's
We
been
know.
coming like
So-
more.
We're trying and
important.
honestly, tech kind of wants to say no. ADA compliance has been brought up, so that's a whole nother layer of like,
No, okay, so the microphone issue is one, and did the microphones only work in there? Cause we had a meeting once with like wireless microphones when we had a closed session.
But that was a lot of setup, yeah.
So the microphones.
I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but like that's an extra hour out of my time. And if that's worth it to you guys, then I get to do it.
And then the screen
is what it
issue
is.
are the iPads.
But if we do it in there,
Uh-huh.
that does not fit the request. So I
Right.
can't do a roundtable in there and have it still fit the ADA compliance without you guys sitting at the dais. So we've killed that. We're gonna try. I don't think the answer is gonna be decided on today.
Yeah, no.
We're gonna try and we're gonna continue to test.
And seeing how everyone feels about it,
Yeah.
I guess.
This is very similar to DAB, and I know,
Yeah.
you know, not all of you have done it before, but it was where the camera was here. It also, which I think you might have missed the behind the scenes, it took 4 computers for me to do that. So I don't want to go back to that. And we're working on it to try and do in this room, but having it be audio and visually received is a big proponent. Screen sharing ability, so we're working on it.
Okay. In
It's
this
not a
room
no,
with
but
the-
we're trying.
With not monitors, but iPads then, or?
That has to be acceptable to everyone.
I think it's not, I think iPads are not acceptable to everyone.
I'm curious to ask who is not okay with iPads?
We can't ask that question.
Okay,
Sorry.
Question I'm gonna ask, actually, I appreciate Sheila. I understand your point of view, it's not that one, but at the same time, I feel like, first of all, I never had that experience other than a couple times, and it's completely different
Mhm.
feeling. Because over there, it's, I don't know, you don't have eye-to-eye conversation almost.
Oh, it is not about any of us not understanding the
Mhm.
ask. It's about us being able to execute it. So we completely understand the why. We just have to be able to execute it.
I wonder if like the audio and visual, like it used to be over at Gleason Lake, was not as high quality as the regular meeting.
It was not.
Yeah.
And so it was enough, but
Yeah.
that I guess I don't expect perfection, and I think our community is happy to have a recording, and it doesn't have to be like as professional as what we get in that room, but
They have to be able to hear you.
you have to be able to hear us.
I've got to
You-
get past that hurdle.
You listened to some audio from some recordings recently, how, from this room.
Not great.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
it very
great.
much depends on the person speaking.
Yeah.
And you also need to know that when you're on Zoom,
Yeah.
you're being recorded the whole time. There is no turning off your microphone, having a side conversation, everything is being recorded. And so when you start talking over each other, then we start having lots of problems. So it's just stuff that we have to work through. And if you could just, we're trying.
Sure.
And we're happy to continue to try, but I can't say by the first work session in January that we'll have it.
I didn't
Nailed
expect
down.
that. I just-
But we're trying for sure. And again, we tried for an hour today and didn't quite work. So we're gonna give it
Thank
another,
you, and I
we're gonna give it another go.
All right.
Can you clarify one more time
Sure.
about Zoom, because obviously I was the first one who joined that meeting, I would not want to repeat it.
Sure.
If I could help. you're saying if you are on Zoom, you're supposed to. Your presence on the screen is 100% on this recorded and accepted.
Oh. No, like, so if this is the one camera, this will be the one in here. And it will be showing you guys the whole time, but you'll be verbally heard the entire time. So there's no turning a microphone off. If you two wanted to have a side
Got it.
question, chat,
Thank you.
not just the person next to you. So that's all.
Thank
So
you.
you need to know that there is no turning your microphone on. I don't think any of that is a problem. I just want to make you aware. That is all.
During my Zoom joining, I had my son coming because it was very rough for my family. And it was a cold pass.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's very different, what we're talking about. Thank you, sorry, yes, that is very different. Yes, we had a hard time. The connection on both ends, that you didn't do anything wrong, it's just
Okay.
distance can,
Okay.
I just, because this is new to me and trying to understand, so the district has adopted doing both visual and audio for regular and work sessions, but just audio for special, or?
for the organizational session and for closed meetings, yeah, specific.
Meetings are recorded, but not live streamed or, yeah.
My understanding work session is,
Work session is a courtesy.
Voluntarily kind of.
It's a
correct?
courtesy that
Yes.
Wayzata has adopted, and you all lean in real hard on transparency, and I think our community would not appreciate if you stopped allowing that. It would also require extensive minutes, and as the person that takes your minutes, I am not a court reporter. I am not comfortable doing that. So,
Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate the suggestion, Sheila. I'm happy at the board table. I will say personally, like, I appreciate the sound system, with the microphones. And I know others have, appreciation for the monitors. I think it's also easier just for the meetings to be more like efficient. My observation has been more in this meeting, it's just, we're not necessarily being called on. We start talking when another person's stopped talking. So it's just, and also with in mind the fact that when we purchased this facility, a lot was invested in the audiovisual components for that room. And so just making that transition, I want to be mindful of all those factors. But that's all I'll say.
Also wanted to add one more point. I believe Wayzata City Council and Plymouth City Council, I have not seen the other city council meetings. They have a similar structure, right? City council sits there on the top, administration on the right. May not be as low as here, but. yeah,
For work,
for-
study
for-
session or whatever they have.
Yeah, study session, regular meetings. So I'm okay either way, as long as everybody gets to hear, gets to see and all those.
I think we'll keep you updated on what we find out, and maybe, February, March, hopefully we could try it.
In support of it, and
We
we can
try
save
it.
some time, so. I don't know, Valentina seems like she's in report, Dan is not, Alicia, yes, Heidi, yes, I don't know, Forrest, I'm yes. So maybe we do have 4.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have to.
I'm gonna use now humor. So as long as the outcome of the meeting is not changed,
Yeah.
it really doesn't matter to me whether we do it here or there. As much as I would like to trouble Amy, I would say if it is easier to
It's
be in
not.
that room, I think that's fine. My requirement is please don't move it to Gleason Lake or anywhere. As long as it happens in Queenside, I'm good, this meeting or that room.
Just so you don't forget, like, somebody,
Yeah.
and show up at the wrong building.
And just because there's
Yeah.
4 of you, just because there's 4 of you that hadn't participated in it before, I think it also, to your point, is nice because you are interspersed with faculty. So you are sitting at the round table with the executive directors. So I think it just,
It's a really different vibe.
I
There's
agree.
still, though, the chair, like this meeting is more informal because it's our org meeting, but those work sessions that I had, they were still, the chair was leading it and you had to be called on by the chair to
Right.
speak, and so those parts of it were still there.
Yeah.
So table, right? We'll
We'll keep working on it, and I'll bring it up at agenda planning meetings to let you know, how the testing's going.
So we are just done with the discussion part, board organization for 2026. 5A, board meeting schedule. I'm sharing this. So I don't know what to say, just look at this and see if Columbus Day is now called Indigenous Peoples' Day, right?
That
Well,
is
I not by the federal
not
government,
federally.
yeah,
Okay.
Not federally,
Not
by the
federal.
state,
so. I believe on the last, because you do have to approve it, I believe I listed both to just cover
Yeah.
both. So I am fine with listing
Okay.
both, you
Oh.
just need to approve it.
We haven't added those special meetings on this list yet, right? These are all.
No, these are regular meetings. Those special meetings will not be on this list. that is separate that you all had agreed to.
Okay, everyone is okay with this, we'll move along.
One. Sorry.
Oh, did I get back?
we're all checking a couple things.
Right. Sorry, can you pull it back?
It's all online. Yeah.
Yes, and these will all get posted to the public. There are already holds in place.
Tell me when you move. on.
Yeah, give me one.
Yep, I'm good.
So Amy, we have a calendar kind of now for the superintendent search meetings. Does this match well with that? There's no clash.
Yeah, these are in cadence with our regularly scheduled meetings. That was noted when we discussed the superintendent meetings, this was the expectation, so.
And
Yes.
we are good because I was looking at those meetings and they are all aligned.
The placeholders exist. I'm happy to populate them. Again, you're not gonna vote to approve them till January, but the whole placeholders are there and I will add you to the calendar invites so that you're seeing those on your calendars now.
Can I stop sharing now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we move on to the committees. Let me share. First one is the policy 208. First one on the board book is policy 208, school board committees and appointments. There's an attachment. I just wanted to bring 3 items from that policy to your attention. One was a committee or subcommittee is advisory in nature and only such authority is specified by the school board. Number 2, the school board chair shall appoint the chair of each standing or ad hoc committee. Number 3, actions of a committee or subcommittee shall be by majority vote and be consistent with the governing rules of the school board. So this is what I was mentioning earlier, how the committee works and how the decisions are made. It's a majority vote. So before we decide on that committee, let's discuss the subcommittee for the superintendent. So this is what we talked about at the agenda planning meeting. If it's okay with everyone, we can talk about that and see if we can get that resolved. So number 1, a few board members were interested in being on that subcommittee, in addition to the chair and the vice chair. And obviously, the first item that was approved was that the board is okay with the subcommittee deciding on those 3 finalists after the first round of interviews. So few board members were interested in being on that subcommittee. The options are either the superintendent evaluation committee members or to go by seniority. And also just to note that if you want to be on that subcommittee as a 3rd member, I believe Barb Dawn even mentioned this at the planning meeting, that this is going to take a lot of time during the day. I think like 2 or 3 days of interviewing, right, during the day. So just make sure that if you still want it, you're aware of this fact. So I guess we'll just have to decide how everybody thinks. And if those 2 options are okay, if you have 1 more or 2 more, let me know. Otherwise, we will just go with selecting one of these 2 options and then move from here.
I have a question about the superintendent evaluation committee, which hasn't been created for the next year yet. So you're just saying whoever ends up on that
As of now,
potentially.
yeah, right.
Okay, but not,
I think Barb has said over and over again that the current search committee has been working well, and so I'm cautious to say chair and vice chair. Because I think Melinda and I should continue on the search committee regardless of chair and vice chair. And then add a
Oh, you
third
mean after
person
after January 12th?
based on what Barb was saying as well.
I'm okay either way, if the board, whole board as a majority or, as a consensus decides that once the election is over, Milind is not chair or Heidi is not vice chair or none of us, either of us are not on there. In my mind, it's okay. I don't really have to be on that search committee for the first round, but I decide.
Are you able to share how many individuals identified that they would be interested in being on the committee? Not who they are, but how many?
Oh, yeah, yes, I can share the number, but
Yeah,
not,
that's what I'm
yes,
asking, how
yes.
many?
Not including us two, there were three more,
Oh, okay.
right, Heidi?
Yes.
Three more, right, so total five. So 3 seats, 5 contestants, 5 candidates. Let me start. I am going to go, I have I think it might make sense to do the superintendent evaluation committee as a part, as a total of the search committee, because the members have at least some experience with the superintendent evaluation, superintendent roles, goals, etc., requirements, and all those things. So my option would be superintendent evaluation committee, which means Valentina would be the third.
that assumes that the superintendent evaluation committee is going to be the same when we do the rest of the committees, so.
I don't know if that, I assume that, because like I said, I'm not assuming that I will be the chair next year and therefore will be on that committee.
Right, so I
Yeah,
don't,
Heidi wanted it.
I don't know that
wanted
if,
it.
that's what I'm saying. Is
Like I want to stay on the
Yeah.
superintendent evaluation committee for next year, but I don't know what the whole picture looks like.
We'll have to decide,
Yeah.
yes.
Who's
As
going
of
next?
now, yeah.
You can go, I'm done.
Alright, so I agree. I think the superintendent evaluation committee should be the superintendent interview committee or
Okay.
search committee. I also like the idea of having you three continuing on that committee. And again, my thought process is, again, you three have been engaged in superintendent evaluation, criterias, etc. It's a good sort of transition for new superintendent coming in. So you've already talked about what do we do with the existing superintendent. So it feels like from transition standpoint, it is beneficial for you three to continue. There is that continuity. And again, speaking purely my point of view, I think you three bring different points of view. So I don't see you all thinking along the same line, which is good because you need different perspectives. So I think you three represent different ideas and different perspective really well. You've been on the committee that gives the smoother transition. So again, my suggestion or my recommendation would be yes, keep the same committee if possible. At least that would be my take, and make that same committee responsible for superintendent. So
Can I just add one more thing to what Paras said, if I may? This committee is going to be existing or not existing, but will be functional like for 3 days, right? In February, so really.
no, that's what I'm saying. That same committee is superintendent evaluation committee. So it's not just,
Not just the.
not just, do the search and you are out. No, that's not the case. You are part of that superintendent evaluation.
Okay,
So
that's not what I meant. This committee we are talking about now is the committee that interviews the first round of candidates.
Agreed.
That's all.
Yeah, that scope of
So
work
they
will
will be
get over. Agreed.
doing that only for 3 days, whether we
Sure.
all want superintendent evaluation committee for next year to be the same or not. That we'll discuss in a little bit. Yes.
Is that your recommendation though, that it would be the same 3 people?
Yes.
For the full next year?
Full
Okay.
next year, correct.
I have nothing to add.
I'm sure that I do.
Yeah.
I could maybe see the benefit of that consistency though, because even though
it's good to have the history of you guys already being on the committee. I also think while you're gonna be with our current superintendent through his end date, you then would be able to hopefully a little bit more seamlessly transition into being with a new superintendent versus a new group of people being on that committee and not having that history and that it'd just be a nice continuity to some degree, so. What you're saying, Carlos, it makes sense to me, but
Sounds good. to me.
If you don't want yourself on that committee, you can say no. No, just kidding.
Um, At the time when I put my name there, I'll be honest, I didn't realize to what kind of situation we will come. But at the same time, since, I mean, it was discussed, even I think that once we learned that our superintendent decided to retire, that committee should be named search committee. I was in that committee at that time. Then obviously was a procedure should have been done with the help of HR, who brought, I mean, quite a bit of help, obviously, and brought several companies to us, which is I think I'll if board would not allow, I will take it as an honor.
So I'm hearing, oh, sorry, should I?
That's okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the people who've been involved are the same ones who will continue on. And we aren't deciding yet whether there will be superintendent evaluation committee, but it sounds like there's support for that as well.
I don't know. I don't know how, I don't know how, what everybody's choices were on their committees. That's
Right,
what I'm.
right. We'll talk about that. now.
I feel comfortable with the same three.
Okay.
It was a sought after position, so keeping that in mind for when I don't know how many people want certain committees as well, but
Mhm.
thinking about fairness and
Equitable opportunities.
yeah, for kind of the more sought after positions.
Okay, so it looks like.
I know.
can we do a bathroom break before we start?
Break. Thank you, that helps me because I'm looking for files.
No, you're still being recorded.
Oh, yes, okay.
Want to.
Come on, I
No,
know. No,
sorry.
stop,
I think
stop.
we.
I know. It's all good.
Hope there you go. I thought I not brought that file. It's yogurt, right? That's what this is, you need yogurt.
Is yogurt around some kind of like gum?
Okay,
So if you don't like gummies, don't eat them.
I don't like yogurt, like.
No, either one.
Yeah.
They're like
But
fruit
because of the
snacks.
So 2 minutes, guys, I'm sorry. He thought we were.
It wasn't recording now, it is.
Said it was online. I don't know. Thank you.
So we're back.
And you're back.
And this one is labeled as part 2, so I will make sure they're in sync.
I don't remember seeing you anymore.
I was just telling, Alicia and Heidi, my distance vision's gotten worse.
Oh.
Because when I started working, I'm sitting at a computer, like. It's fine, I've always had like a little bit, so night driving, I'm looking at screens.
So everyone can see this big enough, I think we are still not. Some rooms are cut out. Should we start with the easier one, the bottom ones here? Maybe? So there is only one employee negotiations that's coming up next year. Principals, right?
Community ed and principals.
Hmm.
Where's that a kids? That was on there.
Who wants to be on those?
I was hoping for principals. I did it last time and really enjoyed it. And I'd like to do it again.
Anyone else wants to put their name or they're okay with Heidi?
I'm happy to do, community,
What's that?
the second one you said, I couldn't hear.
Community.
Community
Yeah.
Community education, yeah.
Yes, Wise Ed
Wise
Kids.
Ed
Wise Ed
Kids
Kids,
slash.
yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
I did that one last time as well. You'll enjoy it. It's a really, yep,
What year?
for community ed.
3 years.
For, principals, when did you do?
You were there on the principals last time, I think.
I did principals in community ed and that was in 2022.
Okay, okay.
So you were in 24.
Yeah, principals is very interesting,
Mhm.
very interesting.
Everybody okay with that? Unless we some objections now? Okay, we'll go with that. CFAC, that would be the finance committee, right? Anyway,
So on CFAC, usually that is, the individuals that are on the finance group, yeah.
SciTech. Alicia wanted to be on the SciTech and the WEF, nobody else, I guess, I didn't ask for it, but nobody else now.
So SciTech is typically somebody from the Teaching and Learning Committee.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to do both, you should do both.
I requested both.
Yeah, okay.
We'll go to the SciTech afterwards, after we decide on the teaching and learning, because there are more requests than seats, so. How about, wider education for you are on it?
I'm on it, but if you wanna go, feel free.
I just have an interest. I had actually had someone
Sure.
reach out to me and
Yeah.
say, I've been involved with
Yeah,
student liaison
makes
stuff,
sense.
but if someone else wants it, I'm not. If
No,
someone
I've
wants-
been on the committee for 2 years, so yes,
Okay.
you can take it. No.
If does someone else want it, though, I don't wanna, if it was something that we were really.
Why?
Okay. All right, well, I'm coming for you. I went to the gala for the first time too,
It's,
so I'm
you're gonna have
excited.
so much fun. And it's such a great group of people.
Yeah.
AMSD, Sarah. Right, Sarah was on it.
Yeah.
There was, there was, we were 2 of us, now you.
Hmm?
Previous year, we were 2 of us on that. Last year was 0.
Okay, that's all. Who want to be on it this year?
I would be happy to do it if there's nobody, like, I'm willing to say maybe on it if somebody else wants it.
The question mark. that-
Yep.
What we do on
MSD,
Fridays
I would love.
Friday mornings.
MSD
In
recommendation.
Little Canada.
or online, then.
They're virtual, right?
They have an option, but
287, Dan, you want to, this will be the third year, right, though?
Third year, yes, so,
287 is a 2-year term.
yeah,
So
so,
it's a 2 year, right, but it will be your second term, right? Yeah.
yeah.
Anyone else wants
Anyone else interested?
already? done?
Can you tell me how
Sure,
much?
I'm very interested, but not
Oh,
now, 'cause it's
absolutely.
commitment wise.
Yeah,
It's a whole nother board.
right, it's a whole other board, yeah, thank you. Heidi.
You got a lot of work, a lot of meetings, so.
I know, I'm always happy to, it's really been a great honor and I would like to continue that work. So I will need kind of a formal authorization from you guys that happens at the January meeting when we ratify these appointments.
I have them before.
Excellent, yes,
Good
it's just, it's been fascinating and, I will, bring to you guys, the invites for the several events we have, including Get on the Bus. Those are fantastic. Alicia, if you would like to serve on 287, sometime in the future, get on the bus. Events are a fantastic way to, just immerse yourself in the work. It's awesome. So I would be honored to serve on 287.
Are you interested in taking it this time?
Not this time. I
Okay.
feel like commitment wise, I kind of want to get a feel
But
for what
then-
this feels like first, but
Unless you're planning to run again, it's, okay, my math.
2
Oh,
years
yeah.
from now.
No,
so-
then you have 1
Yeah,
year.
you're 3 years.
Oh, I guess that's
That's
true.
the
So
thing,
then there would
yes.
be an option to not even do it because I would.
Exactly.
potentially
Or
be
unless
able
Good
to.
point.
Wait, so you can only be on it if you're not for election in the middle
You
of
can
it?
absolutely, it's typically a 2-year term. If a member leaves for any reason,
Yeah.
if Dan steps away a year from now, we would obviously replace the
No,
position,
obviously,
so.
since you expressed one thing, you can. So you can.
We made Dan step down after 1 year and Alicia.
Well, right, and I have thought about the length of terms going forward. I mean, I will say there's a lot of flexibility there. Like currently there are actually 2 board members we'll be saying goodbye to in January who are not current board members of the resident district. So there is a lot of flexibility there.
But you can't have 2 IZEDA members on
No,
287.
and there are no alternates.
Yeah.
It's 1 representative for each of the 12 member districts.
Yeah, I think you are on it this year, right?
This year, to be honest, right now I'm mixing it up even, whichever is which. I believe one time it was literally, we had a board meeting and then I might be mixing 2, together. And one of them, I think that I, asked,
What's the?
There was one that
Community
overlapped with the
action.
board meeting.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
also did not attend,
Yeah.
so I cannot speak that much because as I said, the second time I asked, I think which of them I'm forgetting even, I asked you to come.
Oh, yeah, that was a great meeting.
Yeah, they meet 4 times a year and, one this year did end up overlapping with the meeting that we scheduled on top of it.
Would you like to continue or yield to somebody else?
I would like to see what my gonna be workload to be
Okay,
honest.
we will
on
let open then,
committees.
unless somebody wants to put their name in there right now, then we can. Brightworks, I think Sarah was on it this year, right, that we old Minskew. It's a service co-op.
Do we know more about that?
It's either, yeah, I heard.
Sorry.
That's no sense, if you want to. You can copy.
That's another one that's typically 2 years.
MSHSL against Flora, I believe, my wrong if you will.
Correct.
Um,
It's every other month.
It's a really interesting group. And Brightworks offers a lot of cool trainings that AMSD works together with them on. They partner also on a conference that happens every year.
Yeah.
So
One thing, keep in mind, it is from 3:30 till 5:30.
Every other, yeah, month, on that Thursday.
Okay, MSHSL, I would not mind taking that.
So you have to
MSHSL.
go. It's
I think
not
we're
Zoom.
still on this
I
conversation.
don't believe Brightworks has Zoom option.
Brightworks? No, they don't.
No.
There's Arden Hills, so then you
Yeah.
have to go.
Yes.
Do we have any takers on Brightworks?
No, Brightworks.
No, I
nobody will opt-
don't, yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
sorry,
that I
sorry.
can make that work.
That one I joined is Zoom.
Yes, those are AMSD.
Can I see?
Yeah.
Okay, should we leave it open? Say, I would type in open for the ones that are fully open. And then I think Valentino is a maybe on SEAC. So put Valentino in a question mark.
And Brightworks, maybe you, Heidi?
Brightworks, I don't know that I can do. I already took AMSD, but
I would like to do the MSHSL.
State High School League. Does anybody else want it? State High School League?
I was on it for the first 2 years, I think, for 1 year at least.
You were on for 2 and then Sarah took it left.
QComp, I was on it, but there was not one meeting that I was invited to
Then
or
maybe
attended.
we should be on it again.
Take that one, no.
I know.
Wow, you should not have told anyone.
I don't know, like, who is
No.
is cause QComp is
Oh.
different than, Meet and Confer.
It is different, and that did happen, I believe, so.
I'd be happy to take it again. I'm super interested in it. I don't even know if QComp is going to continue in the state.
Yeah.
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 So I'll take that
If we
question
get
mark.
overloaded, I'm interested in QComp as
Okay.
well. Legitimately, not just
Yeah.
because I think it'll be less work. Sorry.
So when will we find out from you?
Yeah, but I'm not like to,
Let
well,
me get back to you on it, I'll,
yeah, and then
Let
we
me-
can see too what our other workload is.
Okay.
This one you were on there, right? Student.
Yeah,
Want to continue?
I'm interested again. We did not meet last year.
Yeah.
That's not why I want to be on it. You could totally dug myself into a hole here.
I'm also
But,
interested in that one too.
But I'm
if-
interested
yeah.
in that.
So that one.
If
Heidi
it
and Tina?
starts working,
Yeah.
right? Like we
Yeah.
have, so the Student
Yeah.
Wellness Committee was an ad hoc committee of the board.
Yeah.
There is a requirement in statute that we have to have a committee of this sort, okay? We decided not to make it a committee of the board so that we could make it a committee, it's a community committee.
Yeah, it was gonna be modeled more after CFAC and
CFAC, yep.
FISAC,
So that,
but
yeah.
it just,
But the idea was that
Yeah.
I think we're still getting to, I think they're still building it. They just haven't figured out who the administration is that's going to run the meetings. So, and the question was, I mean, should it be the head of culinary? Probably not. Should it be the head of our student health services? I don't know, but that's an open question that I think would be a great question for our new superintendent.
So between the two of you, we will take one.
Yeah,
and the
we'll
other
figure
one will
something
take the
out.
other one.
yeah.
Brightworks, we don't have somebody yet, right? Nobody.
Also, I think we've had 2 people on some of these before where it's like both can go,
I think you're right.
yeah.
One alternate, maybe?
Or both can attend, because it's just, I mean,
people.
it's 2 people and.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of them, but I'm pretty sure student loan committee could have 2 people. because They were talking about having 2 board
Right.
members on it as the,
At least those two can meet. Nobody. will meet.
right?
We'll make it.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well, we wanted to make it a community committee so that there's at least some community representation because there's so much interest.
yeah.
Valentina, were you interested in Brightworks? If you did that, if I could do community or
Yeah.
not.
those were the
Okay.
meetings that you couldn't attend, the 3:30 to 5:30.
Oh.
That's, yeah. Then I don't
Gotcha.
have that many sick days to be honest.
Yeah,
Alicia, you-
I would stick to SciTech for you for sure. Since you wanna do,
No, I was offering to help out,
oh,
but I think Brightworks would be tricky for me as well.
yeah, that's.
let's
two-
leave that as open. Okay. We can always, I'll look at it.
We could
But
make it
for
a.
SciTech, Alicia definitely wants SciTech.
But that depends on whether she gets on the teaching and learning, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what I heard earlier?
Yeah.
That's what I'm being told. That makes sense.
So should we move up?
I'm just up here for the ride.
This thing is in my way. I'm assuming that I have a Zoom thing in my way. All right, so let's look at facilities. 5 people interested, so. The ones here in green are the ones that's interested. So Paras is interested, Valentina. Then. I'll move now. I can. Then Heidi,
What does A stand for?
huh?
Alternate?
Alternate, yeah,
Sheila,
and Million, so
I am okay giving it up if I can get finance.
if you can get finance.
Mhm.
Okay, was finance your choice first? Okay, it was, okay.
I either facilities or finance.
Oh,
I
that's
wanted
right.
One of the
Yes,
two.
you sent that out this morning. Okay, so I'm gonna delete that. And we'll have one more extra person. So who is,
So I was trying to get on the facilities for last couple of years. Again, I have,
Do you want me to see it?
um, fine. I mean, I'm restricted with only certain committees.
Right.
So again, it comes down to facility, finance and policy.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been on policy for 2 years, so I thought, okay, I'll stay on finance and on facility and then let, policy can somebody else on
So
that.
then you okay with giving it up?
Yeah, okay.
So Paras, Valentina, and who is the third one?
You.
Oh, me? Okay. Okay.
Oh, me?
I can't see the right part of my screen here, so, okay, so we'll figure that one out, yes. Delete that. Okay, finance, okay, just 4 to deal with. And you already are there, Heidi, right, because you gave up facilities. So Paras, Valentina and Heidi and Dan. So Paras and Dan have been on it for
Yeah.
2 years, right? Heidi will be on it. Valentina has never been on it, so between Dan and Paras, could you decide?
It was my preference to see,
Yeah, and I,
to see facilities. So
right,
that-
correct. So the facility and finance, because they kind of.
They're very
go-
repetitive.
Yeah,
Um. I wanted to finance because I wanted to ask
Yeah.
questions.
sure, yeah.
But my thinking that since you, why don't we, if you're okay with it, I wanted to clarify questions during committee
Okay,
meetings.
sure.
So you said you had an interest in facilities, correct?
Correct.
Why don't?
Okay.
He's on facilities.
Oh,
I
you
am on
be-
facility,
oh my
yeah.
I was thinking.
Okay, so Dan, you want to stay on finance?
I would, yes.
Okay, all right, then you can take me off of finance then.
Good. 2 done, 4, 5 to go. Oh, human resources, only 1?
I can be on it. I told you
I know.
I've been on it already. It's a
So we
great
need one
committee.
more. Sheila is already, she wants to be on it.
Yeah.
Alicia wants to be on it. And we need one more volunteer.
To be on it?
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to stay on it, human resources.
Oh, okay, so we have 3.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Oh, you-
Yeah, it is weird that
You're
it
already
doesn't
on there, so
go.
I did not update this. Okay, so we have 3.
Wait, 3 including me, or was there 3 ahead of time?
No,
Like that?
including you.
Okay.
Yeah, because Sarah's rolling off.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Here. See this.
Yellow.
Policy, we have 2. We need one more for
You
policy.
So, did you take me off of policy then?
No, policy, I'm just starting now.
I didn't,
You
I
knew
said I
our
would
policy?
fill
No,
in.
no, I don't want to. I've been on policy for 2 years, so I'm good.
No, you don't need to.
Is there anyone that hasn't done it yet? Cause it's a great one to rotate through.
I have not done it, but I want to be conscious of others.
Bye, Rabia.
So
I have a question.
I'm lost here.
That's okay. Sorry.
Alicia and then Valentina.
So Alicia is one, Valentina is the other one. So who is the third?
On HR, sorry, no,
policy.
policy. I'm currently on policy, but yeah, and I'm happy to be on it again if we
Okay.
need somebody to fill in that last
Okay.
one.
And I put in for quite a few, so if anyone else wants it. I will tell you,
We
this
try to place the new members.
And
Alicia.
this year is school board policies are in the rotation, so
Oh, fun.
it's actually it's a good intro one.
Okay, so you got 3 there. Community relations, okay, another one with 5 requests. So let's see. Alicia, Paras. Valentina, Dan. Heidi.
I can come off of that one.
I can come off of that too.
1 second. So. Delete that. It leaves Dan. ID. Oh, I volunteered, okay. So got 3. Superintendent Evaluation Committee, now there are only 2, but some people recommended that we continue, is that right?
Question I have is, policy committee, I feel like I am taking, I don't, I sent by email. Anyone else wants policy?
policies.
Because you're already on 3. We haven't even gone through them all, but you're already on 3,
Exactly.
which I know
You
is a
want
lot
to
for
get
you.
off of policy, Valentina? I
That's
can,
what
I
I'm
can join.
saying,
When does it meet?
We meet on
7:30.
Friday.
Friday, 7:30.
Yeah.
What do you want?
That would work with my schedule. I've not been on policy. What else? What's someone else gonna?
Would you like to take,
Yeah.
because I've been looking for a bunch online, and I haven't take word, well, how much it can take.
And it is a good one to rotate onto if you've never done it.
Maybe if I'm getting a master's of public policy, I probably
Yeah,
should
I don't know.
know something about policy.
So, okay,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
who comes out?
Well,
Valentina.
I come out.
I'm writing them all down too. You
Okay.
don't need to, because I'm like, I've got it.
Help me see this picture, right? Yeah. Okay. Superintendent evaluation, we would put Valentina on there, right? You are okay, right, Valentina?
Yeah.
I'll be on superintendent evaluation. ID and. Minute, okay. Teaching and learning, okay, 4.
Valentina, would you still want to be on that, knowing that?
This is
that
my,
would be-
So you have 3 now.
that's what I'm,
I've never been on it, so I would like to be on that now this year.
teaching and learning, I would like to be.
Teaching
But
and
when facilities, who would like to go, wait a minute.
Yeah, so
Teaching,
Valentina, you're on
fi-
finance,
okay.
facilities.
No, no,
Yeah,
there is something,
superintendent
I will
email.
pull up my email, there is something, there is no way I took some, maybe I made, I don't know. Facilities, who would like
Tina,
to,
me and you on. teaching
I'm
and learning?
already.
you already,
Yeah.
facilities, who would like to? Who would like to take facilities?
I'm already on finance.
Who would like to take facilities, Alicia, would you like to take facilities?
You're saying Valentina, you want to be only on 3 committees, right?
I already
Right
have
now.
a bunch, to be honest, but, first of all, I mean, if you read, it's for.
Right now you're on 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm, and then, Alicia, would you like to take facilities? It's, early
You
morning.
have policy and
Nine-
HR. It's an early morning.
That's my biggest
Yeah.
struggle, honestly.
Hard.
Is part of the reason
Because your
picked
kids
a
are.
couple of them. Fridays are easier for me to do mornings because my husband can stay home those days, but he's gone.
In the
Otherwise,
middle of the day for 2 hours,
Every month?
every month.
Every month, teaching and learning in the middle of the day, yes, I made that commitment and but I still.
Teaching and learning is the most coveted.
I know, think about the other coveted spots that people got, and if they're willing to give them up.
Who do we have? Nita, Valentina, Sheila,
My
and
first time.
okay.
Someone. Oh, I don't. It's not right.
yeah, I mean, I will just say out loud, I mean, I realize it's coveted. I know I'm a brand new person, so if it's not gonna work for me, but I also feel like a huge part of me being here and why I was elected was because of my background in special education specifically, and I feel like it's gonna be hard for me to be involved in many of those conversations. I will be trying my best to meet with Dana separately, I guess, if it does not work out, but it just feels like an important, out of all the committees, I want to learn, so I'm willing to go other places too, but that's just my main request for teaching and learning. Not to mention the timing works well for my schedule.
Should we move to others and then come back to this one?
That's oh, there is one more left, DEI. Oh,
So,
yeah.
can we correct that? Yeah. Equity and inclusion. Yeah.
Okay, so only one offer, right? Who was, oh, that's Alicia. Huh?
Oh, for equity and inclusion? Looks like there's a.
You can add me. I mean, I've been on the committee for 2 years, so when we have to be minimum 3 or there is no.
There's no.
There's not a
Correct.
Because
requirement.
right now I'm
Oh,
only
no,
on.
there's not a requirement.
Yeah.
3 per committee, and it meets only once a quarter, right?
Right, yeah, no, but I can be on EI, but then I think on the top section, I'm only on one, is that okay?
No. No.
Okay.
Spread the word.
No.
I know,
Yeah, put your name in teaching and learning, Paras.
Well, are you not off, you're off of facilities now?
no, I'm on
Um,
facility, but that's
Why-
the only.
you are-
I
You're
don't
off of
want to
finance.
take 4, finance, I guess,
I-
and maybe
you
I'll
want
be
fin-
asking you questions then.
Honestly,
You're on
you're,
finance,
yeah.
however,
if you're okay, I'm okay being on finance.
yeah,
Is it okay?
yeah,
Okay,
So-
then, well, then can you add?
Yeah.
I'll be
Yes.
asking you questions.
No. No, so we are still stuck with, and then we need one more, right, for equity inclusion, I can put my name in there.
If you want it, go
Nobody else
for it.
wants it.
How many do I have right now?
Don't say it like that.
We have two.
I can
Me and
take it.
Alicia.
I can take it as well. I'm happy
You
to
have,
take
you
it.
have 3 issues.
3, okay, yeah, I can as well.
Can I just caution using language, nobody else wants it, like, that's not what's happening, nobody is available for it, but
Oh.
please don't, let's just not say anything that no one wants it. Insulting.
My intent was not bad.
Oh, I know.
So should I put my name there then? Nobody else, is interested?
I thought.
Because currently
Did you-
we've got,
Who's
is
going?
Heidi, oh, you're just showing the box, I see.
So
Yes,
I'm on-
25, okay.
Right now, I'm on finance, human resources, community relations. I would love to take equity and inclusion if
Okay.
nobody else wants
No,
it.
I can put my
Oh.
name, yeah.
No, so right now, Alicia and I, we are on EI, right? We need third person or we need
Yeah.
two?
You need it
Oh, okay.
third.
Now it will be
I just didn't put
Alicia,
it down because I didn't want to be greedy.
it will be Alicia, Paras and Heidi.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and then we've got negotiations down, right? So we talked about principals, so this year it's only principals. And,
And community
was
ed.
that a kids, community ed?
SciTech is gonna be Dan now.
So SciTech would be whoever is on,
Finance.
Oh, sorry,
No.
teaching and
no,
learning.
Oh, sorry,
SciTech
never
is
mind.
teaching and learning.
That's right,
We already
already-
that.
Well,
Never mind, sorry.
I
We haven't
was
decided on that yet.
That's the only one left, I think, right?
Yeah.
I think I was getting confused. You
Yeah,
had
yeah.
typed in finance though for CFAC.
Uh-huh,
So
so-
do you wanna figure out now that we have our finance figured out?
Yeah, so CFAC then is
It's
the,
just-
it's
it's
the
just the whole.
finance.
I
yeah,
see,
the whole.
okay.
Yes, yeah, it's not one.
SciTech last year was Valentina and Sheila,
Mhm.
yeah. What are those conversations like? Like, what are those,
SciTech?
yeah,
I mean, it's more community focused, we're there as board members, to observe, but it's usually something that we've seen in, teaching and learning.
Okay.
Or it's just, and it's not run by us, it's, we're
Yeah.
not the chair of it, we're kind of invited to it, and it's the district talking about
It's
you know,
So
a current
technology, right?
topic. There's technology, but also there's some, there's
learning.
some similar things that you would hear in, teaching and learning.
Oh, Wade still runs it though.
No, well,
I don't know. Wade used to run that.
Yeah, yeah.
Technology class.
oh, that's about it. It's been a while, like, cause it doesn't happen very often, so,
Oh, SciTech doesn't happen that often?
I mean,
It's supposed to be quarterly.
quarterly,
That's-
yeah.
Quarterly.
Yeah.
It's a
So
good
what do
one.
we do with the teaching and
I'll
learning?
be on SciTech. My thought on teaching and learning is, again, there are some coveted roles. And some people got, the interview committee. And some people that wanted the interview committee did not get it.
But I'm not looking at you.
I know, I'm just saying, I'm not moving from teaching and learning. So if somebody who's on the interview committee would like to give up that other coveted spot, maybe. Or I will trade somebody for the interview committee.
If it is helpful at all. Currently without considering the teaching and learning committee, Sheila is on 2, Valentina's on 2, Millen's on 3, Alicia's on 3, Heidi's on 4.
4, I took 5 last year.
I'm just
That's
letting
a
you know where
lot,
it's
again.
at. I'm
What
just
in the-
mentioning where it's at.
Thank you.
I just want you to
Keeping
be
it
aware.
real, I
That's
know.
why I just want you to be aware of where you're at.
The workload.
Okay, I will give up teaching and learning.
I have
Would
you on
you-
facilities
Facility,
and superintendent eval. That is, you took yourself off of policy and you took yourself off of finance.
that's fine. And I'm not-
So that's what I'm saying, you're on 2 without teaching and learning being
Yeah.
considered.
Yeah,
That's all.
thank you.
If, as the new person, then I can step off. I mean. Want to put,
I don't think we should do that. It's
Hey,
connected to your background, so I wanna make
more-
sure you have this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna let myself off. Okay. I'll join it next year.
We have the recording.
Oh.
So all three, right? You may want to.
Yeah, all of them are 3. If I haven't changed them, sorry. Yeah, I think all of them are 3 now. Yes. Even the 5 and the 2. So this one is TNF, right?
Well, last year it was 2 people from teaching and learning. Do you guys want to keep it at 2 or do you want all 3? Just make a conscious decision, that's all.
What is allowed?
I'll let 3 people can
Like
show
that.
up.
It's
always allowed. I really would like to,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're making the decision, make a conscious decision, because also I was not on any of the meeting invites, so a third person wouldn't know. So just make a decision if it's the whole TNL, just so that Amy has a record of it, and she can, it's helpful to her.
Oh, you should have right works left.
no,
Not me.
I mean, I took 4, I mean, and an
Mm,
external
Sorry,
committee.
I thought he said Brightworks, I'm sorry, I was talking about Brightworks.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, I-
yes, you can.
Okay.
It is in person or Zoom.
Okay.
No. Believe that is one that would not be a problem to create a rotation if people are like, I can go to 1 as the board rep.
Is it every quarter again?
It is quarterly.
Okay.
Well, then after
I'll
this-
make that work. Put me down for Brightworks. It'll be a lot of the same people as AMSD.
I'm sorry, it's every other month, so.
That's fine, that's fine.
Can I
I'll make
Is that
that
okay?
And then they're delicious, aren't they?
Okay. Thank you.
So I'll do Brightworks, I'll do AMSD, because same people, it'll be nice to network.
I think the slates are all filled. Okay.
And remind me, did you want equity inclusion, especially because you're coming off of teaching and learning? Because I'm willing to give that to you if you would like that, because I.
I
don't
think
have
I
more,
offered
but-
because there was nobody else willing to do it, right?
Okay, well, no, I'm happy to do it. I just, if
Oh.
you would like it.
Because I took myself out of teaching.
Yeah.
So I just stay with the equity and learning. I think we
It's
do that.
almost to you. I'm just putting that out there as an offer, if that's something you would like.
But am I on there now? or-
No,
No,
you're not.
Oh,
Equity
no.
and inclusion.
No, that's okay. You can stay on.
Okay.
Okay, committee is done.
Will you be doing poll?
Huh?
Will you be assigning chairs?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
It's within your purview. I just
Right,
wasn't sure if
I-
you were gonna bring that up.
I think might as well do it now. So facilities, who's on it? Paras, Valentina and. You want me chair? Facilities.
This is my first time on facility, so.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So typically, the
Someone-
the process is that you should be on a committee for a year
Yeah,
before you chair it.
So I guess that leaves me on it, right? Valentina has been there, so.
Yep.
Oh, I haven't been last year. I don't think you
Okay,
did.
so is it okay if I?
Yeah.
Sure, see. And then finance, you have Paris. Help me out here, guys.
Dan and Heidi.
Heidi. So the finance chair will be treasurer.
Yeah,
Do
Correct.
you want,
I would, yes, I would like to be treasurer, so.
Maybe table that one until that's discussed.
So.
Yeah.
later.
Good call. Which committee next?
Human resources.
HR, Sheila, Alicia, and Heidi. Obviously not it. What committee are we? HR.
Yeah, well, Sheila, Heidi has been there the longest, so that makes you the chair.
Sure. Sure.
You win. Please rock paper scissors. Dying.
That's the three.
Policy,
Alicia, Sheila, Dan. Sheila's the only one that's been on it.
I guess I'm chair. You and me, Alicia.
evaluations,
Amy.
I know, I was like,
Dan, Heidi, Milland. Dan and Heidi have been on it.
Do you want to rock, paper, scissors?
I would rather just have a conversation about it. If you really want to share it, that's fine.
I'm happy to share.
Okay.
superintendent evaluation.
Valentina, Heidi, Milland, same three that have been on it.
Actually, the superintendent evaluation part is not going to be much next year, right? Because
Well, I think we are going to have to lead.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to negotiate that as part of the contract, so it is gonna be quite a bit.
but
of work.
evaluating the superintendent itself for their work, or, you know.
Doing an evaluation process, I don't know, we have to
Setting
determine that.
expectations.
But
We
we
have to
have to do
determine
other
that.
stuff also, the board development, board self evaluation.
Yes, but the evaluation, we may still have an evaluation
Yeah.
because, yeah,
So you want to continue as chair?
I would like to, yes, unless Valentina, do you want to chair that one?
I was gonna ask Millen, what about you?
I don't mind. Three, five, right?
Y'all just went in a circle.
All
Okay.
three of you.
I was like, you
I
just went in a
can
circle. Chair or copyright.
So, yeah. Valentina, are you chairing any committees?
Not yet.
that
So why not this one?
one. I don't,
You are policy chair last year, right?
yes.
Correct.
Valentina,
No, I would like,
you to become chair, okay.
yeah, yes, please.
Teaching and learning.
I'll be chair of that one.
Committee. Alicia, who else were the three on the EI?
Paris, Alicia, Heidi.
Heidi's first time, right?
No, it's my
No,
second time. What do you want?
You
I'll
can be
take it.
chair.
Paris,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not sharing anything. What?
Oh, all
Paris,
right,
come
then
on, Paris,
put me.
get in
There
there.
we go.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Just happy to help.
Keep things even here, I like it.
Okay. Done?
Hey, going back to the superintendent evaluation committee, I know we just went circle, so are you too comfortable with you being chair? I thought you wanted to be chair, and again, I'm going back to my earlier comment on continuity. Does that matter in this case? Doesn't matter, I just wanted to open it up. Are you okay with
The committee's
being chair?
separate.
I'm okay with
All
that.
right, okay. So,
Principals was Dan, right? You were principal.
No, Heidi is principal.
Heidi's principals, Dan has community ed. I brought it up. I'll send it.
Done with the committees. The last item.
Can I just clarify for the rotating?
Yep.
Do we get that sent to us? Do we sign up for it? Is it
That's what we're. So, we've done this several ways. I think, the easiest way is I just send out a doodle and you mark on all the ones you could do.
Okay.
And then I work a rotation.
Okay.
To keep that moving so that you're not missing too many, but you're not stacked on too many, so. It just depends on availability, but I think it worked out really well this last year. Again, y'all are really busy people, so. I try and make sure that like, you're not, missing agenda planning for 2 months or something, so. Yes, that worked out last time, so as long as everyone's okay with that. Seemed to work out, and I will send a reminder. You're welcome.
All right, now. School board officers, right? Only thing I want to mention here for the school board officers policy 207 and 208 or 207R, I guess, the SOP suggests organization meeting in January to elect officers. We are going to talk about interests and if somebody wants to make a statement why they are interested, I think this is the time to decide that, but no voting of any kind in this meeting. And so we'll start with chair position. Anybody interested in running for chair? Would they be interested in their name in nomination in January?
I am interested in being chair.
Yeah. I am interested as well, so. Maybe would you like to make a statement or?
I'll be honest, this is a surprise to me, so I only found out on Friday that you're interested in running for chair. And it's surprising because we typically run in 2-year cadences for our officer roles. And so the conversation in my mind that I was wondering is what has changed?
So that is your statement, I'm just asking.
No, that's not my
Okay.
statement. But I do have a question on to as to
Okay,
what
we'll get back to
changed.
that, but can I make my statement first? For why I'm running for chair. So I want to start by saying how much I value the work each of us brings to this board. We may approach issues differently, but we will share the same purpose, doing what's best for our students and strengthening trust with our community. Over the past year, I've focused on moving ideas into action. 3 key initiatives: community listening sessions, student representatives on the school board, and board members visiting classrooms, will help us strengthen connection, transparency, and engagement. We need a chair who will support these initiatives strongly and take them forward to completion. My strong support for these initiatives puts me in a position to do that. These changes reflect the kind of leadership I believe our chair should model, one that listens deeply, acts decisively, and brings people together. I'm not afraid to challenge the status quo when it means improving how we govern. And I welcome diverse perspectives because that's how we earn community trust and make better decisions. I've also performed leadership roles in state and national organizations, MSBA, MISLAF, and COSBA. Each of us take our leadership roles in different areas. And while some efforts are still in progress, I'm proud that the initiatives I have led will deliver visible results. As we take on the superintendent search and the referendum, we'll need that same level of follow-through and steady, results-oriented leadership. As chair, my focus will be on trust, inclusion, transparency, and accountability, ensuring every voice is heard and that we deliver on what we set out to do. I've shown I can bring about changes, and I'm ready to help lead us through the important work ahead. Having received the highest number of votes from the community during this past election, I want to live up to the trust shown by the community and complete what we have taken on in the past 2 years as chair. I'd be honored to have your support for board chair so we can continue the momentum together. So you asked about rotation, right? That question has come up in the last few days to me as well. So I'm just going to read a statement on that as well, so people understand where I'm coming from, okay? So our board has often followed a rotation practice. There's no doubt about that. And that practice has served us well in routine years. However, rotation is a custom, not a requirement. And the board retains discretion to select officers based on the district needs at a given time. Strong boards match leadership to the moment. When stakes are high, governance best practice is to select the chair based on demonstrated capability, not automatic succession, especially if there is interest expressed by others. Coming year is not routine. We will be conducting a superintendent search and leading a bond referendum, two initiatives that are high risk, highly visible, and central to the district's long-term success. Both require continuity of leadership, clear authority, and consistent external communication. Automatic rotation introduces unnecessary risk in a year with the level of complexity. An open election reduces that risk by ensuring readiness. In addition, the board is actively engaged in several other major initiatives that require sustained sponsorship, follow-through, and a consistent leadership approach in order to be completed successfully. MSBA also does not recommend automatic rotation of officers. I believe 4 of us were at the webinar last Wednesday, and that was one of the things that they talked about. In a year with multiple complex initiatives underway, continuity is not about individuals. It is about maintaining momentum, reducing execution risk, and protecting the board's effectiveness and credibility. This is not a reflection on any one individual. It's about selecting the right leadership model for a critical year. For these reasons, I believe automatic rotation would not serve the district's purpose, the district's best interest this year.
I'll say my piece and then I'll respond to some of the items that you've also said. So I'm going to say that I'm unapologetically committed to strong leadership and succession planning, and that is something that we have talked about as a board as being a priority. I've sat in the chair of vice chair for 2 years with the understanding, everybody at this table, minus you, Alicia, had the understanding and the expectation. I was very clear that I was interested in the chair position. It has been a good faith practice that the rotation happens. As I look back, and I have a document that shows the past 20 years, 18 years to be exact, of historical terms, it has always been 2 years. And that includes the year that Chase came in. So when we had a new superintendent, there was a new chair that came in, and it was a seamless transition. I am extraordinarily prepared. I am not a risk. I am anything but a risk. I am practiced. I have extraordinarily strong relationships. I am trustworthy. I am transparent. I bring extraordinary presence and experience to the role. I am not adversarial, and I never want to be, but I think it's important to have open and honest conversations. And I have a strong ability to remain neutral, which is one of MSBA's rules of the chair's conduct. There is a good place in all organizations for good faith efforts. I understand that we don't have anything in writing around this. And as the organization has scaled, I think maybe we do need to put some more beef around what the expectations are. However, I think it's fair to say that, Melinda, when you were elected 2 years ago, it was with the expectation that it was a 2-year term. So to just hear about it on Friday, I don't feel like that was transparent. And for you to say something about not having credibility, that's a deep cut to me. If we're talking about the number of votes, Sarah Johansson won the greatest number of votes when you were elected to chair. So that line of rationale does not fit. I am looking to be chair. I am ready. I'm a very strong leader. I'm highly respected in the professional realm. And, I know how to do this job.
And more of us speak now? Yep, no, okay. Um. So it was my understanding when we elected Melinda's chair that it would be a 2-year term, because that had traditionally been what we had done. Melinda, I have been one of your biggest supporters, and you have done a great job as chair. My thought is you are not the only one who can do this job. We have another exceptionally qualified person. To me, taking a 3rd year is the part that's not continuous. Like, it is an exception. To say, I mean, there are a lot of things that didn't make logical sense to me in your speech, and I will go through some of them. So auto rotation, no, it should not be expected, but if you have equally capable people, it's nice to take turns. And that has been historically what this board has done a long time. And it sounds like you're saying we don't have equally capable people, and I don't believe that to be true. So demonstrated capability, she's been vice chair for 2 years. You know, what more experience does she need to be chair? You had none when you started, so that doesn't make any sense to me that, oh, because we're hiring a superintendent, like electing someone as chair who has been vice chair and who's been on the board as long as you is somehow discontinuous and not going to work. It makes no sense to me. Yeah, the highest number of votes thing, I don't even know what that's about, because we don't elect based on votes. And again, that's a great point. Sarah Johansson had the highest number of votes. We elected you for chair. If you want to be chair for student voice and listening sessions, because we already have school visit, then like you don't have to be chair to pursue those initiatives. I just, to me, this seems like the wrong thing to do. You are within your rights to nominate yourself for chair, and anyone here is within their rights to vote for you as chair. I think it's a bad look. I don't think that it's fair. It doesn't seem fair to me at all. And there's something underlying here, like you have all these reasons and they don't make any sense. So what I take from this is you don't think Heidi can do the job.
I would like to motion for a break because I would quite like to visit the restroom. That's taken a while there.
What?
That's fine.
No one touches.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
we are
we'll
not
touch the
recording.
recording.
Go ahead. We're timing you. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah, start the timer.
It's right out. It's in the kitchenette. Yeah. Or in the hall.
Do you know where the kitchenette is? It's, yeah.
See, some of these basic things I didn't think about. She's been to a lot of board meetings, but not going to the kitchen. Perfection. Here. I'm giving myself a. No.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
So how should we continue the conversation?
So my gauging of the situation is we have two individuals who would like to be chair, as well as other individuals who might be other positions. Because we will not be taking any votes at this meeting, I would recommend, with the length of the meeting in mind, that we move on to asking if there are other positions any other individuals would like. I previously mentioned that I would like to serve as treasurer.
Can you speak just a little up?
Sorry. So I mentioned earlier that I would like to serve as treasurer. I'm curious if there is interest in other non-chair officer positions, so that we might respond to those needs and tackle that part of our agenda.
I have an interest if Heidi chooses not to be vice chair, if she does not become chair in being vice chair. But I'm not wedded to that. And so it will depend on the chair vote and then Heidi's choice, but I will step into that. I'm also happy to be clerk again, but I'm also not wedded to that. And that will depend on whether I get into the vice chair role.
What if they give us authority to do that auto pen? Just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that works anymore, apparently.
So my request to the board, and again, going back to the earlier comment of continuity, I would really like Belinda and Heidi to continue. And again, I'm not trying to shy away from our responsibilities and voting rights. But my humble request is if Millen, Heidi, if you guys want to talk to each other and figure things out, I think that would be appreciated. Again, if we have to vote, we will vote. But my ask is
And
again,
again, the vote happens in
in
January,
January,
just to be
correct,
clear.
exactly, not today. But my ask is again, given where we are heading next year with superintendent search, with the referendum, I think I want you both to be there, either in that role or if you decide to switch. But again, that would be my ask, because again, there are two positions, both have been in the role. If you guys can talk it out and decide among yourselves, that would be much appreciated. And again, I'm not trying to shy away from our responsibility. I'm not trying to hide, and not that I don't want to vote in January, but that would be my request. But I genuinely want both of you in that chair,
I will
vice
tell you,
chair.
I am only willing to be chair. This is honestly a commitment that was made by the board when we voted in Malind for 2 years, that it was a 2-year term. I am only willing to consider chair. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks for bringing clarification, at least it's give
Can
a
I
bit clear.
Speak a little.
Oh,
louder,
okay,
please.
thanks for, thanks for bringing clarification that at least brings more clarity. But this paper which you provided is very useful, and I would like you to remind that first year, at least when I joined, we spent 6.5 hours.
Correct.
And looking at this paper, Sarah was for 2 years chair.
Correct.
She wanted to be a chair, third time, obviously, following that logic. During that time, nobody shut down her. In fact, we spent 6.5 hours because she wanted to be a chair. So I'm not sure right now, why are we putting Milind in this kind of situation? When following your logic, traditions, whatever we are going to be saying, you were perfectly fine with Sarah seeking for that position third year in the role. Looking at the same paper, it shows that Linda Cohen was a vice chair for 4 years in a row, and she did not become a chair. So there is no tradition.
It's not
And,
about, there's more to the data than just that.
Linda Cohen was
Well-
on the board for like 24 years.
Yes.
So
And
she was
also-
also chair.
That's fine, but my
Bear
point
in
is.
mind, bear in
did
mind,
not-
there were several
not-
times that people did not want the chair role. And there were several times that people had family emergencies, not just, there were serious issues that happened where people had to step down and things had to shift.
Okay, looks like he doesn't have an emergency.
Yeah.
Sarah that didn't have an emergency.
Can I explain
She
the Sarah
was, she
situation?
was looking into becoming chair. As I said, we spent ridiculous 6.5 hours only to discover at about, I think at 4 hours mark, why are we sitting so long? It was my first ever meeting. And that's why I ended up sitting that amount, because I could not understand where we are going. So I don't like in what kind of position we are putting Milind in this case. It's unfortunate. That looks like, to be honest, relationship between two of you did not work out that well.
That's correct.
Maybe there is a food for thought, so to speak.
Food for thought for either of them, though.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. I said both. I did not, but at the same time, at the end of the day, this is not about tradition. This is, in the past, when I questioned some things, I had been to me, what was brought, we need to have policies, we need to have procedures, we need to have that. Even though I found with some kind of questioning, there were some policies I just didn't know at the time. This is not written anywhere in any kind of paperwork.
Right.
So in this case, I'll be honest, it depends. I really don't want to be put in that position that I am being almost like, to be honest with Sarah, like kind of cornered, because if you say this way, you become an enemy. And by the way, I think that I'm gonna say it. I mean, what can I say? She did not forgive us. She did not forgive us for that kind of vote. And the way how she treated some of us. And no one stood on her way when she was treating some of us not very kindly. I don't want to be cornered. And I'll be honest, I was thinking democracy. This is, we have each of us have one vote. This is not about cornering someone. This is about everyone are adult. And everyone are making their own decision. And by the way, at the board table, I think the biggest thing, what's happening nowadays in Minnesota, is that boards no longer are rubber stamping. That's why sometimes if some people so much got used to that someone is questioning some things, for some reason, all of a sudden, it's that person being bad person. I mean, you got it, what I was thinking, well, for diversity. As long as I guess diversity of opinion, all of a sudden, if it doesn't line up, we would like to look on the timing, discuss how long the person is talking and all. So I don't want right now to spend another 6.5 hours. I learned already, this is not my first meeting. Whomever, we need to be going, maybe sleep on this idea for 24 hours, but we need to make ourselves decision, one vote. Each of us are carrying one vote. And you can make that decision based on, as an adult, how do you feel? Based on how did you experience yourself serving at this board? How did it work out for yourself too? And actually, the best of all, I think that what is the best interest? In the best interest of a district, in the best district of, which I would like to tackle sometimes ago, student achievement, which is not happening. I am not interested in serving someone's interests. This district is not supposed to be like, passing along just because. This is an election. If you would like to be considered, put your names, we will vote in January. We're not gonna be straw voting today either and sitting till we are we're not. And by the way, when we're bringing experience, what I learned, I felt uncomfortable, but I didn't know. We had the most experienced board member who was perfectly fine with us doing straw voting, which was against the law. And we were perfectly fine with it. And we did not come back at her and next year waved in front of her, for example. So sometimes maybe it's not only it feels like we are weighing into some sort of an interest group. I'm not interested in.
I'm not either. I agree with you. I'm not interested in special interests either. And I think I've proven that over and over and over again.
Who,
Can I ask, hold on 1 second, did I get the paper, what is
Yeah.
it?
I'm passing this. paper
It was
around.
emailed to you.
It was emailed. to
You have it.
You have it in your inbox.
Sheila,
Oh,
have you
that's
seen-
that email that she sent?
Yes.
Oh, okay, never mind, then I've seen
But
it.
if Sheila
Sheila
wants.
I did want to
Sorry.
ask, actually, just a technical clarifying question.
Mhm.
I see for 2011, it says, let's see, Pat Gleason was board chair, and then blanks for vice
Yes.
chair, treasurer, and
There
The
was-
minutes do
there was
not
that.
exist for that meeting.
how interesting. Okay.
But that chair,
and it
the
was-
chair and the clerk are accurate because that is documented throughout minutes for that year. But the minutes for that meeting are the December minutes from the month before. They don't
So-
exist.
If I can just speak to. I remember that meeting and it was painful. Valentina, you are correct, and we should not have gone through a 6-hour meeting. I
But
agree
none
with
of
you.
you told her, for example, of what kind of.
It wasn't
person-
just Sarah, and that's fair to put it just on Sarah, that it was Sarah's fault that we had a 6-hour meeting. That is unfair.
I think it depends. I'll say, I'll keep I'll say that.
So the rationale behind why Sarah was asking for a 3rd year, and there were several options that came up, by the way, it wasn't just Sarah's gonna be chair. Sarah was the only, we were all brand spanking new. And Sarah was the only person who had any sort of experience as being a chair. There was no vice chair to step into her role. Linda Cohen had finished her term and she left. She had been the vice chair. There should have been thought around succession planning when those two were chair and vice chair, 100%. Okay, but it didn't happen. So the idea was that Sarah would take it for a maximum of 1 year. And I would be the vice chair, or whoever would be the vice chair, and the next person would come in. Another option that came up was Heidi be chair and Sarah be vice chair, and that was shot down. And it was shot down. You can listen to the recording and I can give you the exact moment. But it was shot down because I didn't meet with somebody ahead of time. I didn't have time on my calendar, and that person said to me, if you would have met with me, I would have supported you. So when you talk about special interests and outside voices, 100%. But you're telling me that I'm the one who's coming in with special interests and outside forces, and you're not seeing the full picture.
No, I brought Sarah.
I am saying, I have sat in this vice chair role, and I am ready and I am extraordinarily experienced. To be honest, I was experienced and ready last time. But I always try to take the right steps first. I try to do the fair thing. And that's why I decided to sit in the vice chair, even though I was prepared and I was ready and I could have done a damn good job for this board. I'm ready to do it now. And I want to do it now. And it is not about my personal interests. I know we have a superintendent search. I know that we have a referendum coming up. I am so deeply embedded in this community and I'm deeply embedded inside of our schools that I do bring strength to the board in this moment. And I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. I'm not taking it away from anybody. Milind had a fair shot and he did his 2 years and he did a great job. And I'm not sure what else. Like y'all are telling me it's not gonna happen. You are not good enough to do this. And if you can't see the value that I bring, I can't force anybody to see that value, but I will tell you, I bring a whole lot of value, a whole lot. So that's all I'm gonna say. I do think that we should have some sort of idea of how things are going to go in January moving forward. This is not a discussion that we should be having at the board table. That meeting is also a very long meeting with a lot of things that we go through. I'm not saying we have to do a straw poll. That's fine. There are differing opinions on how that worked and what is legal and what's not legal. So I think I just want to put that on the recording. We have opinions that say that what happened was okay. From legal. Because this is a question that came up and we chased it down and we understood it. But I do think it's important that as a board, we have this discussion tonight. It doesn't have to be 6 hours long. But we do have other roles that we need to be looking at, vice chair and clerk and treasurer.
I've already talked, so if somebody else wants to say something, they can again. But I do have something else. Some of it is a repeat and I apologize. I just want to reiterate that Heidi is exceptionally qualified. When you're deciding to vote and you are within your rights to have whatever reasons you want, you decide whether that reason is worth not following what the historical precedent has been, because again, with Sarah, there was, and I didn't vote for her. There was an exception. She was the only one who had experience as chair. So I can see how that might have been an exception and might have seemed like a reason not to be fair and take turns. I would seriously think about what reason you would have to not be fair in this case and take turns. That Heidi could be so bad. She's exceptionally qualified. It is a continuation. She's been vice chair. It's mind-boggling to me that we're having this conversation because none of the reasons I've heard, other than you just don't like her or something else, none of the reasons you're giving make any sense to me. I'm speaking for myself.
I'm going to say,
you have your own reasons.
I'm going to say one more piece. It's not just tradition. The 2-year thing is not based on tradition. It was a philosophy that the board members have. And the philosophy was that good governance rotates leadership. It creates accountability, it creates transparency, it creates better board members because everybody cycles through that role, just like we cycle through the committees. And there were many years that nobody wanted to be chair. Many years. And so if Melinda's elected to a third year of being chair consecutively, because there's nothing saying that he can't be chair again in 2 years. But if he's in a third year, I think we need to have a serious conversation as a board about what our philosophy is and what our vision is as a board, because good governance practices trickle down to our schools. And there are many research papers that say that. So what we do here does matter. And okay, now I'm done.
And the only reason I'm stepping up as vice chair is because if Heidi's not elected as chair, then clearly it means the vice chair role is not a stepping stone to chair. So as many of you know, I don't have ambitions to be chair, but I will be the vice chair since clearly it's meaningless after tonight. If not after tonight, but if Milland is voted as chair.
Or maybe we'll have another who would like to be vice chair. And to be honest, if you see that that position is meaningless, don't speak for everyone. Maybe somebody else would like to. Another one,
Sure.
with all of a sudden right now, philosophy again. I had been so many times shut down with the immediate words used to me, policies, procedures, and all. So written language. I read it, it's written language. There is no written language here. And as I said, at the end of the day, it is how do we feel each and every. And in as a board, and we need seriously to think, I would like to, because we did not do board development. We, to be honest, as a committee, I very much so would like to get together, because for some reason, because I am totally aware, you don't need even to tell me that I am coming with different perspectives and all. And sometimes if things do not go your way, I guess what try to feel how I feel. I'm also bringing the perspective of a community which had been shut down for so many years. And the board, and I wish, as I said, I was not, if someone would ask me 4 years ago, would I want to, or especially if I would have known what does it take? No way, no how. I never ever pictured why I put my name, because it felt so helpless when we tried to run against big money and all with election, literally on our feet, and just to put representation. And for me, it's not, I will, I will jokingly will say, it is not the looks or why I chose my husband, it is his words. And I will be choosing based on how a person behaved, not behaved, how a person, what the person did, not just saying. I don't want to be, again, to be cornered. And at the same time, please, please don't do the way how Sarah did.
I'm not cornering you at all.
Because
I
and as I
feel
said-
that you're
and-
saying that I'm being somehow cornering. So what do you mean by cornered if you're not telling, because what it feels like is you were telling
things would
me,
not go your way, please don't, because
I'm a non-adversarial person. I want things to
last
work.
meeting when we were just ourselves, it felt like I can breathe. I don't know how it's easier to say, but it felt like we can talk. It felt like we are willing to listen. It did not feel like that at all.
Can we let go of the past?
Oh, no, it's not about let go. I don't want to repeat.
That's fair.
I'm learning on, trust me, I mean, I'm learning on experience. I don't want to repeat.
But I'm not repeating. Mhm.
Okay. This is, I mean, I really am here to listen and sit back. I think I've made it hopefully clear. I've done my best to try to like understand things because much like you're explaining, Valentina, I think at the beginning of even deciding to run for this position, I did not know a lot of things and I've tried to do my best to understand as much as possible, but I was not part of this group. And I'm only one person, but I do hope that we can move forward in a more balanced, progressive, talking to one another. Let's move forward as a board. I guess the only feedback I have is being someone who was only able to listen to the conversations that happened 2 years ago. It was dramatically different last year. So speaking about whether it was a rule that's written about the 2-year, I honestly was under that impression also, seeing how last year's conversation was basically a non-conversation. It was everyone is maintaining their board positions as is. There was really no discussion otherwise, and that's fresh in my mind because I just listened to all 20 some hours of the last 2 years meetings. But that being said, I hear what you're saying, Valentina. I do think it's really important that it's unfortunate that things have not been working well between the two of you, and I want to make sure that we can come to a solution that's going to benefit the entire board. And I don't know, it's hard to put it into words. It's just, I hear what both of, what is being said here, and I'm not on the board, so I don't understand what leadership has been feeling like, but I also do question, and that's been one question I asked at the organizational meeting. I've been asking myself as I've been in enough leadership positions where it is typically the assumption or makes sense to me that the vice position is in training for that leadership position so that you're not just constantly putting someone in the leadership position who has not had any ability to ask questions and learn and like have on the job training. So I can see why maybe it hasn't always happened, but the assumption should be, in my mind, it just makes sense. If you're going to, why have a vice chair position unless it means you're going to use that as an opportunity to slowly, gently train yourself up to this high level position, which I understand a lot of people don't have the time or ability to be in the chair role. And that's probably why there's only 2 out of 7 that are even putting our name, their names into the hat right now. I think there's other individuals at this table who could also be really good chairs, but it's just maybe not something that they're able to do. So ultimately, I want the best. I want to move forward. I have a hard time coming into a commitment like this, feeling like we're not doing what we're here to do, which is ultimately work together to move the district forward and to be a benefit for our community. And so I will agree, like it's been hard to be in the audience for years or for the last few months, especially, but even prior to that, seeing some of the few fissures that have been going on. And I just hope that I hear what you're saying, Valentina. I don't think anyone is putting anyone in the corner. I think we're trying to just hopefully come to some sort of an understanding so that we can just move forward with our January meeting and not. So yes, that was not as seamless because I wasn't going to say anything, but that's my piece.
Ours, you're quiet.
No,
He's
I
so-
said, yeah, and no, I spoke, but no, it's unfortunate. I mean, like I said, I want both of you in that role. And like I said, again, not trying to shy away from our responsibilities, but I would genuinely request both of you to talk to each other and see if there is any solution. Again, if not, we'll absolutely vote, but literally what I'm hearing is there are no other nominations other than obviously what Sheila said and understand what
Then, so, treasurer.
Oh,
is treasurer.
Yeah.
I'm talking
or
about,
vice chair.
yeah, chair, vice chair, so.
No, to speak to you, I was interested in being vice chair, but you're just kind of reading the room, maybe that isn't the
Okay.
right contest to have.
Can you say one more time what the last sentence?
Oh, I was just, I was considering, pursuing vice chair. I would like to be chair someday. But, just seeing as how there's, more business for us to tend to, I would like to pursue treasurer. I'm fascinated by public policy, public finance, and so, yeah, I mean, I guess my feedback, hearing what I heard today, is I hope that, Heidi and Millen can get together and have a conversation. So that the January meeting is seamless. We'll have a lot of business for that day, and we will vote. By the end of the day, it's a necessary part of our year's work.
Should we move on?
Can I double check again? So you are this year putting your name as a treasurer,
And for treasurer, yes.
okay? Anyone else going for treasurer?
Well, I mean, if we're not making decisions tonight,
Yeah, and by.
Oh, we're
this is-
not- we're not-
Sorry.
we're not making- because, well, I mean,
Anybody
all of
put
this,
names.
everything is going to be up for debate then in
On
January.
12th, things
Yeah.
could change. He may want to become chair.
Okay.
That's, I mean, that's what,
Yeah,
that's how
I
this
mean,
conversation is going
my
today.
language
Yeah.
was incorrect,
Remember
sorry.
2 years
Yeah,
ago, we
anyone
decided on something in
putting
December
their
and then, we
name.
had.
Now, I'm not saying that I agree with that. I think we should have the discussion here. I don't think January 12th is the right time to have that discussion. But if we don't want to,
Is anybody else interested in clerk?
Oh, we missed that one.
Yeah,
That was gonna be my next question.
depending on how things go, would there be a person? willing
all
to
of it is up. All of it is up because
Is there anybody willing or interested?
I'm willing to be clerk, I'm willing to be treasurer, I'm willing to be chair, but it all depends. Do you see what I mean? Like, it all depends on if my board colleagues support me in continuing the work that I've been doing for 2 years and that I would love to do. And to help embed our new superintendent in our school community. I mean, it depends. So I don't think it's gonna be easy to have the conversation for any of the other roles until we get this ironed out.
That is true.
I'm sorry, I made a statement when your meeting started, and I'm not gonna sit in silence in something that I've been like choking on. But no, please, this has nothing to do with your current discussion, but Sarah Johansson was brought up and statements were made about her at this meeting that aren't true. The straw vote was not her decision. Her and Millen were asked to leave the room, and another person in the room decided to do the straw vote, and y'all went along with it. Millen and Sarah were out of the room. I was here and I've listened to that meeting more than any of you in this room. And the argument, there was a question posed by someone in this room about her going for a 3rd-year term and asking the history of if we had anyone that had done it before. And that was used as a sticking point by this person for why they voted the way they did. No one's bringing that up here. Again, I've listened to it over and over again. So I need to make sure that that's clear, because I think it's really rude to be throwing someone under the bus that isn't here to defend themselves and that did good work for the district for 12 years.
If it was the straw vote, obviously, in that case, I will apologize. I mean, I'm willing to take that one. But my point is, no one, okay, we did it. That's my
Yep.
my point. We did it.
And legal has
Let's
listened to
not-
it and it's not illegal from our legal counsel. So
Oh, no,
that
hold
was
on, hold on
also-
one second. Now I'm gonna project something on the screen. What Trevor Helmut sent me last weekend. Because I was keeping quiet about this. But now I have to show what Trevor Helmut said. So everybody understands. I highlighted the email. I will share this with everybody. Would that violate, if I share this email with everybody and then nobody responds?
It's your fault. You're the chair.
Yeah. MSBA has said this, and Trevor Helmers also says this. So what happened? Oh, there you go. You can read the whole thing, but I've highlighted the one that are pertinent. And this-
Your highlighted
one-
section.
I'm sorry,
There was no vote.
tell me if I'm too fast, okay, if I'm going too fast.
Wait, this has to do with.
Yeah, this is,
This was the one idea. In the agenda planning meeting,
Yeah,
Sheila said we should do this, and then you were copied on that email which I sent Sheila. I said, this is what I'm going to ask Trevor.
yeah,
Exactly,
and then I never saw the response, so
This is
could
it.
you scroll up so that I can read what the actual question is?
question is not on that response. but
Oh.
that- The question was basically the process that Sheila had recommended, remember?
No, that I asked about if we could do.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
same thing. When you asked me to make a change, which I did.
Oh, okay.
So this is to Trevor from you.
No, this is from Trevor to me. Trevor
the
Helmers.
response
There's
is,
a
if
lot
his
of
original email isn't in here.
Because.
This first part I had not asked him, but
Because you did ask, because I emailed him and he's responding to the email that you asked me to send him.
that was, yes, it was responded in the first one. This is the second one, yeah.
So you're leaving.
She's an invited guest.
Yeah.
So I don't
Right.
establish that
So,
already.
Alicia, don't take this personally. I'm just showing this. I did not bring this up because now that,
You did bring it up.
no, I brought it up now because somebody said that was not a straw vote or straw poll, so.
Board member elect participate in the anonymous nomination process.
Right.
There's no action being taken.
This is really not clear.
Yeah, it says, from a legal perspective, as long as this is simply a discussion and not a final decision, I think it would be legal for us to do this type of anonymous nomination process. But there may be an appearance, right? So it is legal, but he recommended against it for appearances.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Sorry, Gabe.
Again, same thing here at the bottom. And here he actually supports MSBA stance as well. MSBA's position in that webinar.
I'll just say, we were extraordinarily clear that it was not a final vote, that the final vote happens in Jan. We said it like multiple
I
times.
understand
It's
that.
clear.
Any kind of secret vote, secret ballot on a post-it note is not taken well by the public and it is not allowed by statute.
There has never been confusion or a problem from this process has been done so many times. And our public is very well versed and they've never brought it as an issue.
Colleagues, I think we've had a rich discussion. I appreciate the information everyone's provided. Just reflecting on, the meeting 2 years ago, it went long. We're going the same trajectory right now with the current time reading 9:22. Not to, put the cart before the horse. But, I noticed that there is an agenda item after discussion of officers, board training. And if it's amenable to everyone, if we move on to that, I think that would be a productive course to go. Seeing as how I want to hear about the MSBA Leadership Conference 2026 brochure and thoughts folks might have. It was fascinating receiving those items. As well as the upcoming workshops, which are always very interesting. But, folks have any perspectives on those, I would like to, transition to that topic.
Okay. Do we know how many have signed up?
Yes, I've heard from, well, everyone, I've heard from everyone. 4 are attending. 1 is still just figuring out if they're able to attend.
Valentina, you had some question to me about
Yeah,
Light.
we
You
clarified
figured that
about
out?
Opportunities,
Good,
yeah,
good.
absolutely. I have jury duty, so I'm not.
Yeah, I'm traveling out.
Well,
Wait,
I'm at my
really?
summons.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
that's right,
Oh,
that's
okay.
right.
Also, you are not able to attend?
No, I'm not.
Not any day?
No, any day, correct.
I'm
You
not-
are going, right?
Correct, I was
I'll
wondering.
be there Wednesday, Thursday.
You have 1 workshop or 2 workshops?
I'm doing phase 3 on Wednesday.
You are going on Thursday and Friday?
I'll be available.
Okay.
See you tomorrow
I
night.
didn't go
Oh.
any of it.
Oh, that is something I kept, I not have it on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. It's tough month for me and yeah, taking off work at the
Okay,
beginning
so
of the year. is
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you just made a comment that is not factual. I paid for
Oh,
the
no,
district,
additionally too, we
okay,
can talk about it, like, it had nothing to do with that. I'm sorry, we can clarify that later. I'm sorry.
Okay, so that takes care of the brochure, then MSBA workshops of 1, 2, 3, 4, right? I mean, has everybody else taken all 4 workshops?
I
I'm
prefer
finishing the
in person.
second one. The last time I was able to attend the first, but then we had board meeting for second and. they
He has
moved
to
both.
redo it.
Yeah,
Yeah, try to finish that.
I'll finish. my-
Thank you, Alicia. You have 300, you will have 3.
Yeah, I don't think 4 is even available until
Right.
the end of the market.
I think it's like in the spring.
Yeah.
I
Which will
prefer
be
in
I
person.
think there's an award for
Anybody
March.
has done it.
Hmm?
That will be the fastest anyone has done it. on.
I expect something.
Well,
Make a
you-
trophy, make
If
a.
you do all 4 in the first year, you get an award.
get-
An award.
I'm getting it, I'm getting it.
You get recognized.
And you get recognized at the luncheon.
Okay.
Final item before we adjourn, mentors.
Before that, can I, since, Amy, would be listening and all, if I made a wrong comment, I'm willing to apologize. I'm talking about Sarah and, that she was the one, but I was talking about, putting her name and then, doing, straw voting. But if I put her, I mean, I will apologize. I totally agree. It is not, would be not fair to do it when she's not here. I totally would agree with that. I should have probably just go to straw vote item. So that one, I would say I'm willing to be wrong than to be perceived that I deliberately do it.
I very much respect that. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Okay, so last item, mentors, Alicia, I think we are all done with 2 years of mentoring, so. Dan, Paras, Valentina, unless you want another year of mentoring from somebody, that's still an open option. But Alicia, Sheila has offered to mentor you unless you want somebody else, you have a choice.
Love it. Thank you,
She's-
Sheila.
Sound good? Right, if, contact info, Amy, you will have that,
Yes, unless anyone, that is not something that I will email you directly because this is a public meeting and I don't want to talk about your personal info, but I will send that out if there's any updates that are needed and obviously collecting Alicia's, and I will share that with you all discreetly. It is an internal document that does not get shared with.
apologize for the extra hour and a half, whatever it is that it took us, but. I'm glad we finished the agenda. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night.
Thanks.
Rest of the week, and if I don't see you before the holidays are over, happy holidays.
I'm just gonna make a request, because I know conversations can happen outside of the board table. Since we didn't have the discussion together about how we're gonna shift things around with officers, I think it's good practice to not discuss it away from the board table.
And it would be in violation of open meeting or serial communication, etc.
So we'll figure it out on the 12th.
So should I exit, Amy, from the Zoom?
I'll turn it off.